Alright, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. I feel like the audio might be a little bit low, but then again, this is probably gonna get louder later. Or actually, I think I know what the issue is. I usually do the audio low whenever I play by myself. I'm just gonna bump this up a little bit. That should be loud enough. Anyway, hi everyone, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hi joeyChin. Tried the new railway and got taught a really good lesson in humility. Yeah, about the new railway, I was asked if I was gonna do that, and I don't know, I just never I never enjoyed the railway gameplay. I guess it's just basically harder than Mirror Dungeon, harder than everything else, but I've also heard horror stories regarding railway. I looked at railway and there were like 5 lines, so I was thinking to myself, wait, do I need to make 5 teams for this? I don't know if I can make 5 teams for this. Like, how am I supposed to make 5 teams for this thing? And then someone in the friend Discord I'm in told me, oh yeah, it's just 4 teams. It's still 4 teams is still a lot. 4 teams is still a lot to make, and everything I've been told is that it's just pure pain. 80 turns of pure pain, and what do you call this? How many hours? I think I saw one person do 3 hours and another person do 7 hours. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I am not doing that to myself on or off stream. I have tried to push myself, at least in Mirror Dungeon recently, and trying to get all the way to 15. The farthest I got was, I think, 12, and that still took me about 3 hours, even with the House of Spider team. So I don't really feel like grinding in Limbus Company, if I'm gonna have to be perfectly honest. I am an extreme casual when it comes to Limbus Company, and I'm just here for the story at the end of the day. It is kind of fun to just like whack things though. Like getting to floor 12 on in Mirror Dungeons with House of Spider. I just kill everyone. I just kill everyone in my team, and then Ryoshu does whatever the heck Ryoshu does. Like, I don't even know what Ryoshu does, to be honest. Basically, she has like, she gets multiple attacks depending on how many House of Spider members are dead, right? And then she also gets various buffs based on that also. But then on top of that, she has a bunch of other follow-up attacks with herself based on various buffs also. And I am not exactly sure when each of those attacks get triggered, but she seems to trigger like at minimum 4, 5, maybe 6 attacks each turn when all the House of Spider members are dead. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. And I'm surprised she hasn't actually killed the boss by then. Like most times, I think she does like over 1, 2, 3,000 damage per turn, especially on Abnos. It's like, okay, she's almost undefeatable, but she still can be defeated if you go far enough, I guess, in Mirror Dungeon. So that is still a thing. I haven't done my Mirror Dungeon run this week, but we do have an Intervallo, and we are getting closer and closer to the sun. The sun is supposed to appear in about, I think, 2 months. I was hoping that this was going to be a Walpurgis, actually. Like, isn't the usual pattern like Kanto, Intervallo, Walpurgis? No, wait. Kanto, Walpurgis, Intervallo, another Walpurgis, another Intervallo, and then the Kanto itself. I think. Actually, let me double check. How did this go? How did this go? Yeah, it went Canto Intervallo. No, Canto Walpurgis Intervallo, and then we have 2 Intervallos in a row, but no Walpurgis. We only had 1 Walpurgis last time. I guess 1 Walpurgis story, but we technically got 2 Walpurgis, but the second one didn't have any story. Though I guess the Walpurgis stuff is not always there. It's weird. It's weird. And then we got 3 Walpurgis between Kanto 6 and Kanto 7. I feel like that was a long one. So, long story short, the new railway asks you, do you want it with Vaseline or without Vaseline? I don't even know what Vaseline does. Saw the roadmap, they have another Walpurgis planned. We are gonna have Walpurgis. I was hoping for the Walpurgis, but I wasn't sure when it was going to be. I was expecting it this patch, not, you know, after this one. That's the main thing. But yeah, I don't know how long this Intervallo is going to take. I'm gonna assume the usual 4 to 5 hours, so I'll probably get started sooner rather than later. But I also realized I haven't streamed Limbus in forever because, you know, the story stuff between one Limbus patch to another is ridiculously long. And I don't typically do the sweaty content on stream. And when I say sweaty content, I mean the railway and mirror dungeon stuff. Oh yeah, if you're in the Discord, go ahead and post the info that you find. Because it's been forever since I saw the roadmap. I remember seeing it a long time ago. And the only thing I remember from that is that we're supposed to be getting Kanto, I think we're on 10. Yeah, Kanto 10 in August. When in August, I have no clue. I'm gonna have to guess maybe in the middle of August. Middle of August is also, what do you call this? Comic-Con time. I am actually going to be in Japan during Comic-Con, but I am not going to be able to make Comic-Con for the day I want to be there. Apparently all the Blue Archive stuff, all the Blue Archive circles, all the Blue Archive series stuff, because I think they divide the days by series, is getting sold on Saturday, August 15. And basically that's when I get into Tokyo, so it's gonna be like late in the day when I get into Tokyo, and I won't be able to get to Big Sight at the time, because I think, if I remember correctly, the day starts early in Comic-Con, but they close pretty early too. Like, I think they open around 7 or 8 in the morning, and then go hard for about 4 hours or so, and then close up shop around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. So yeah, it's I wish I can just even go around. I mean, but then again, summer Comic-Con is kind of terrible, with all the crowds and all the heat and all the humidity. So it's not the best time, especially if I'm traveling with other people. But you know, that's just how it is. Just how it is. Okay, let me double check the roadmap. Okay, roadmap is... Where are we right now? Major 9.1, 9.5. Right, so that's the first part. The second part... Okay, so they were planning a railway, which we got the railway before this Intervallo part. So we got the railway before that. So the order is a little bit it's a little bit messed up, but you know, we are getting Walpurgis and then Kanto 10. And then we're getting an auto battler. So I don't think that's coming like right away. If I'm not mistaken, the auto battler mode is probably supposed to be coming at near the end of the year, or at least maybe October. No hard date, but that's my guess. If that's fun enough, I might stream that one. But Railway and Mirror Dungeon, despite popular demand, I just can't bring myself to do that. I'm sorry. I'm not sweaty enough for this game. I'm not sweaty enough for this game. I can only handle so much pain and suffering when it comes to team management, especially these days. Especially these days. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started with the Intervallo. I do have a pinned message up in the chat. So for anyone who hasn't been here before, just make sure, please keep yourself contained. I know you get excited really easily. I do too on certain things. So let's just wait for the thing to pass, and then we should be good. We should be good. I have seen one tiny little spoiler from the friend Discord, and I wish they freaking spoilered it, but they didn't. But you know, it's fairly minor, but at the same time, it's also like, dang, I kind of wish I didn't find that out, because it was kind of funny. It was kind of funny. Well, you'll know when we get there. You guys probably had the same reaction, if you saw it inadvertently or if once you went through the story. But we'll get there when we get there. I'm not sure how soon we're gonna find it though. Did you actually see the new ego? Wait, what new ego? Did we get? Is it in the gacha right now? Wait, I know we have a. Which one? Oh, this is an ego. I thought this was an ID. Wait, hold up. What is this ego? Is this basically Distorted Kim? Oh, I guess that's Distorted Kim. I didn't think we were gonna get a Distorted Kim ego. Okay. That's funny. Wait, if that's Distorted Kim, who's this? LCD? Okay, that's even doubly hilarious. For some reason, Ishmael gets 2 Limbus employee IDs. I think she got an LCB one, and now she has an LCD. Oh wait, this might be Angdu. Oh, this is the Angdu one. Right, if I remember correctly, Angdu lost her arms during the last canto, yeah. So that kind of explains why she's got mechanical arms here. Hold up. Change that image. Can I change the image? Yeah, that explains why she's got mechanical hands here. Okay. Okay. I didn't think about that, but now it makes perfect sense. It's the first ego with ego sync. What's ego sync? Actually, what is ego sync? I don't know that mechanic. I know we got an uptie. What was it? We got an uptie 5 with Ryoshu's what was it? With one of Ryoshu's egos, we got an uptie 5 on that one. I think it was like a season 1 ego that was already pretty good, but now it has AoE. So that's pretty neat. Back in Ruina, you essentially became synced with Abnormality. Oh wait, does this work better if you have the Kim ID? Hold up, let me double check. It's probably in the passives, right? Always active, Blade Lineage Mentor Mersaw exclusive effect. Okay, so if you have the ID and then you have this ego, then this will activate if you used said ego. On hit base skill, more bleed and poise. Counts as bleed and poise. Identities based skills counts as bleed and poise. Okay. When allies defeated, gain stack. Stack gains poise. It's basically more poise, but also more poise gets you clash power, which is kind of nice. Yeah, so up to 4 stacks of that. Plus 4 clash power seems really crazy though. If unit has Drink of the Fallen, enter Resentment. Min max speed +2. Heals HP on 10% of damage dealt. Oh, that's pretty good. Up to 50% of this unit's max HP per skill. Interesting. There's a lot of little things with the skill effects in Limbus Company that's like gets super complicated unless you like write them down just to try to keep track of everything. It's my main complaint with the gameplay, other than the coin tosses. But my other complaint is just the ridiculous amount of layered stats that probably could have been more succinctly described. But I also understand. Why. Can't see the Twitch chat log on YouTube. There should not be anyone on Twitch right now. Let me double check. There shouldn't be anyone on Twitch right now. If there is... Yeah, there's no one on Twitch at the moment. Also, I did intentionally turn off the relay between YouTube and Twitch. So, just to keep the chats a little bit cleaner. Because the one time I did turn them... Well, I did turn them on for a little bit to test out. And... for now, it's not too bad because there's technically not that many people between the two channels. At least people chatting in the two channels at one time. But in the event that the number of people on both channels do increase, or maybe even one to the other, it's gonna get chaotic. The chat logs are gonna get chaotic, so I decided to just turn that off. You can probably read it on the top of the screen. That's probably the best thing I can do for now. But I don't think we necessarily need the chat to be relayed between YouTube and Twitch. Granted, it is probably a how big is that font? What font size did I use? Chat widget. I used a font size of... It does not tell me. Why does this not tell me what font size this is? I'm assuming it's like 20 or 30. 20 or 30 font on this gigantic screen. Minimalism is the name of the UI. Not the UI specifically, but the name of of how I'm doing my layouts. So anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna roll for this. I don't typically roll for these banners. I'm just gonna exchange them when the, what do you call this, when it can be dispensed. But that's pretty neat though, that we have something that is synced to the ID. Though I guess technically we've also had egos that help certain IDs. I think I'm thinking Faust. Faust got an ego a few patches ago where it actually made her Ardor ID a little bit easier to use. And not as painful, but you still have to. I guess you still have to use it technically. Do you still have to use this one too? Let me double check. Always active. Always active as long as you have Blade Lineage Mersault. But I'm just surprised that there's an ego for Distorted Kim, because distortions in general don't get egos. that's not how that works. Like lore wise, that's not how it works. So seeing that's a little funny, but at the same time, it's neat that they are doing that. All right, let's go and get started. Like I said, this thing's probably gonna take the usual 4 to 5 hours, so we need to get going. And I have to voice act everything right, because it's the first run around, and they're still probably recording for Kanto 10, so they can't record this one yet. Okay, where do we go? Stages. So, let's see. Review last time what happened in the previous Intervallo. Let's just go back to the previous Intervallo really quick, because even I forgot. That was a long time ago. Oh yeah, in the previous Intervallo, went back to the House of Spiders to do some investigation stuff. We had crap, what is Kira. We got Kira with us. We met someone from, well, we met a, not W Corp, but a employee from that's trying to take over W Corp, which wasn't exactly the best guy. Ring people, furry ring people, went through all the rooms in the House of Spiders to get some info on the doors and where they went to, and along the way get some of Ryoshu's memories back. Got trapped in the endless hallway that is the Shiomi's room, apparently, and had to slice their way out with Ryoshu's sword. And to do that, we had to sacrifice the memories that we got back about Araya. That's what I remember. Wayfarer Company, thank you. Wayfarer Company, I forgot what they do. Don't they just basically... They're like an exploration company or something? But the places they explore are basically the unknown, and the death rate is pretty high because they can't take care of themselves or whatnot. Let's not forget about Miss Closet Ring Furry. Yeah, no, all the furries from the ring branch. I forgot what they're called. I don't think it matters. We'll just call them furries. I don't think we're gonna see them again. I doubt we're gonna see them again, but you know, you can't discount anything in the city. Especially not anything that has anything to do with the middle, but maybe you can ignore everyone else. I just love how everyone just calls them furries. They're basically, I don't know if they're technically furries. I don't think they are, but they wear taxidermized fursuits. Well, it's not exactly a fursuit. They wear taxidermized for animal heads and claws, weaponized basically, but still, it's animal parts, and they may as well be furries at the end of the day, you know, just because that's how it is. But yeah, a little sad that we lost Araya's memories, but we did establish that Araya is alive and well as a scabbard, and she can allow or not allow Ryoshu to use the sword, but she can also pick memories to sacrifice, which is kind of neat. But still, just because she can sacrifice memories, it has to be like a really, what do you call this? A really precious memory. Otherwise, it's not gonna, it's gonna take other stuff along with it, which is still like kind of sad. But at least I guess Ryoshu is aware of Araya now, as being the scabbard. She just doesn't know a whole lot of that about her anymore because she's forgotten about that since last time. And I think we are actually back on the bus, if I'm not mistaken. So that's nice. I do need to change myself. I'm gonna shrink myself here. Yeah, but we are back on the bus, and now I think we're heading to N-Corp, and the last scene of the last part, Intervallo part, was Mersaw reading his newspaper. Maybe aware, maybe not aware that it's his turn coming up. Maybe he doesn't care. I don't know. I guess we'll find out at the end of this Intervallo. But we're going back to N-Corp, and maybe we'll finally see the sun. And maybe an Arab and a gun. And the multitude of masses, whatever. Alright, let's go. I got a voice sack, I need to stop talking. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... Te? No, Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and then let him... Dante. Oh, sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but... It's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Right, because we split the team up during the House of Spiders thing, so attentions to multiple teams was kind of crazy. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter... shopping chatters? Rhodia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. Wait, are people like out and about right now and he's like keeping an eye on them? A few days after we entered N-Corp's district... Oh, we're there already, that was quick. The bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but... distortions suddenly started cropping up all over the area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yi Sang, and Mersault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, oh, you're right, Gregor's finally out of the... right, no, Gregor was out of the infirmary during the previous Intervallo. It just took us a while to actually get to use him. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. Oh, okay. Of course, Rhodia doing that makes sense. Though bringing Ryoshu around, interesting choice. Deep fried butter? I'd never had deep fried butter. Would not recommend it for your heart. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power that I'd acquired. Which one? Gebera or Malkuth? I think Malkuth wasn't even supposed to be activated yet, but we're using it. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. Okay, so Faust is telling Dante about her interactions with the other Faust in Gesellschaft. Because we did get a little bit on that Discord meeting at the end of Kanto 9. I didn't think she would actually talk about it though. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? Has she been banned from the Discord? May I ask your basis for that inference? She said I, not Faust. Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remains occasions on which you're still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft? Oh no. She's banned from the Discord. That was not intended as confirmation of your conjecture. Yeah, but a mission is also confirmation depending on the circumstances, 99% of the time. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access a Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, not until Kanto 12, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. Hope it's a temp ban. I'm hoping it's a temp ban too. I don't get, because I'm back in the Gesellschaft scene. They mentioned something about if she doesn't like behave or something, she might join the other dead Faust. But I don't know if dead Faust mean she's banned permanently or she actually will die. I don't think that's been clear, but that is funny though. Anyway, welcome Chris Kun. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? Next Kanto gonna be no, next Kanto is going to be Mersal's. It's gonna be Mersal, and then it's going to be Otis, and then it's going to be Faust. And then I don't know if it's gonna be Dante after that, or it's gonna be the next story in the Divine Comedy, which should be Purgatorio. We'll see. We'll see. That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. And I wonder if we'll ever see his head. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Okay. Bongi, the chicken? Oh geez, mucho texto. Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in mass, body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Okay, I'm shaking my head. What are you trying to say? Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is your allotted mission. So he's not gonna find out what he doesn't know until we're done with this. Okay. So many words, so many words! Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, and at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, it's gonna be weird if Dante ever gets his head back. If Dante gets his head back, how about the rewinding powers that we need for Purgatorio? Indeed. At the end of the road, you'll be able to engrave your aspect. Aspect? I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, I'm assuming that his aspect's gonna be the time rewinding powers. Because if he gets his head back, he loses the clock powers, but if he engraves it into his body, he still keeps it. So that's the only thing I can think of. Is that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly. Obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no indiscernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Huh? I mean, she knows, but she just can't tell us. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Yeah, I'm guessing Malkuth, we won't be able to use that fully until we get to... Where are we right now? We're at Gebra, right? We still have a long ways to go before we get to Malkuth. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to Malkuth anytime soon, but we have it already. Huh. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. I do hope this means we get skills regarding that later. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking to Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is, and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries, his team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rhodia... Wait, did she just stuff all the pastries and bread she brought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? I'm starting to feel like Rhodia might have a pocket space in her jacket that we don't know about. And Otis's group. Let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Is it about the guy that I'm thinking of? I wonder. Oh hey, that's the tablet that we looked through. Let's see, I'm trying to... Well, no, hold up. I just wanted to see the map a little bit. Oh no, I was thinking that this thing was a map icon, but it's not. Okay, here's the bus. We got buildings here. We're in N-Corp. We have no battles yet. Okay. In my imagination, Rhodia has a magic bag that can store any type of bread, but just bread. That would be funny. That actually would be funny. It's gonna be bad. This going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Otis is feeling called out right now. Wait, where'd she go? She just kind of like ran off. Why are you waving your hand over arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter! Ah, there were some bricks falling. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. Yeah, okay, we don't understand what the hand flailing means, got you. To think that all the personnel on the team, only the Swabby has a discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you had been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Oh geez, I don't even know how to do Ezra's voice. She's loud, that's all I know. Megaton landing! Whatever the heck that is. Okay, well, right, she has a lot of stuff. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Oh, aren't you supposed to be, like, cleaning up the distortion upstairs? Finito a million years ago. She's done. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending. Sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Okay, poetry, please stop. Don't you worry about your head about it. That's all after teams to be taken care of, to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appeareth to be a sweeper. And that yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on? Probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big poppin' flash? Big poppin' flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Wait, did no one brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. No one tells us anything, basically. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal, I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. More like, Virgil doesn't tell us anything. That's the main issue. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time that dude, I mean Mr. Bamboo-Headed Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That. He'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Thank you, Ezra. That's a loud creak. Okay, we got Angdu, we got Kim. You have arrived. It's blinding. Oh, that's not a stylistic choice? It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Did someone say the sun? The sun mentioned already? Wait, where's Mersaw? Where's Mersaw? Where's his gun? Why are we getting the sun already? Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Oh hey, he said the line again. Okay, I mean, here it seems pretty random. Like, it doesn't have any bearing on basically anything at the moment. Like, it seems like a random comment for anyone who didn't do the Arknights collab event. So if you want to know the context of this, go watch the Arknights event collab archive on this channel. I do not know if anyone else recorded it, but I know I did. So check that out. But he says the same exact line over there. I want you for a warrior of sunlight. Join us in jolly cooperation. Have I played Dark Souls before? I feel like I played Dark Souls. Was it 3 or 2? Not on stream, but I played a little, like the very, very beginning of it. So, sadly, I've never seen Solaire before. And what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. Okay, so it's not actually sunlight. What is this then? It activated on its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something or you broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. Oh, that was Kim. I wasn't sure who that was, but Kim's the only other person here that I can see. But, Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you are savvy about the neck. Hang on, did you say Mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Black Lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you, I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen Kim talk in Rowena before. We definitely haven't seen him talk in this game until now. Though I guess we got a little bit in the flashback. He's a lot more simple spoken than I expected. Switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. Wait. Let me see what's going on here. We got Angdu here. I thought this was Kim here, but it's just basically his clothes. So this is Kim. He looks a lot different than I expected. I'm not sure what I expected, to be honest, but this is not what I expected. Like, come on. What the heck? What, I mean, is this what you expected when you saw Kim when you saw Kim for the first time? Like, I mean, I guess there's not a whole lot of. Is there that much variety between guys in this game? I mean, kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. But he looks a lot more lax than definitely what I got expected. We just got tricked. Tricked in what sense? I don't know if tricked is accurate. Daddy? I don't know about Daddy. He looks like a bum. Thought he was the usual sensei old dude. I didn't think it was a usual sensei old dude kind of personality. But I wasn't expecting someone that kind of looked like a bum, basically. he looks I mean, he looks okay. Maybe a little bit normal. Angdu got a nice fit upgrade. Is she wearing skirt and pants? She is wearing... Actually, is that pants or is that stockings? It's a little hard to tell. I guess I should have looked at Ishmael's thing, but it looks like skirt and pants. Which might seem like a weird combo, but I've definitely designed a character like that before. Skirt and thigh highs. I might have to check the banner. Does anyone have Ishmael from the banner? Can someone double check and see if that's actually pants or like stockings? Because I just need to confirm. Yes stockings or yes pants? Yeah, yes stockings or yes pants. This is important. But hoodie, vest, shirt. Okay. It looks to be pants. Okay, so I wasn't mistaken then. The skirt and pant combo might seem weird to a lot of people. Like, why would you wear a skirt if you already have pants? But I don't know. I'll be the contrarian, just because I've designed a character like this before, and say it's a very niche market, not necessarily meant for fan service or anything like that, but it's a very niche market, just for style points, just a little style points. I think the jacket does help though, and the vest, and the sword. There's a lot of stuff, but no, Kim. So that bright thing were the lights. I see. Which makes Marcel's comment about the sunlight, the sun, not quite fitting in this case. Also, what the heck? Random drawings? I don't think this means anything. But we got a little bird drawing, and I have no freaking clue what the heck this is. I can't zoom in on my end. Well, I can see it on the screen. On the preview screen. It kind of looks like the Church of Gears person on the top one. But I am not entirely sure. Could be related to what we're doing right now, though. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim without the bamboo hat right now. Yeah, that's me. Guess I should say, pleased to meet you, folks. Yeah, you gave us trouble before, but I guess pleased to meet you now. Oh, we ended right there. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to check myself also while we have the chance. They really didn't want to tell us how many episodes there are here, didn't they? Back. Okay, can we see? Okay, it's pants. She's got the skirt and pants. Confirmed. Alright. Okay. Let's go. Oh, whoa. Here. Here. Okay, so... why are we in a... this isn't even a proper studio. More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. Bamboo-Hatted Kim... the Bamboo-Hatted Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself. So I figured his original personality might be somewhat different, but it still seems to be somewhat the same. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said she really is the same guy. Wow. Put the hat back on, you. You look weird. Put the hat back on. Maybe it's better we didn't even see your face, dude. Dang. Whoa, that fire in your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Okay, can you, can we check again, just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. It's more like they can't believe it. Angdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. Do you remember being distorted, Kim? Do you remember about that? There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Angdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined of a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? I think that's just him being not used to people. That's different. No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case... So, you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell. How many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes. Wait, I wonder what he was blocking. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. So she's saying go touch grass and clear your mind a little bit. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Right, what was he doing during that time? Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis. Although his hand was still on my head. Alright. Clearly, there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about that hard bothersome work. Get what I mean? So he's a slacker? I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So, let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not at some big shot Angdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I definitely like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Wait, if he keeps on getting roped into things, into doing things, how the heck did the stuff in Ruina happen? I guess he just keeps on getting roped into things. That's really the end of it. Dang. Many years of building Kim as a claim your bones kind of guy crashed in this moment just by meeting him. I mean, I guess people can be different in and out of battle, but still. You know, it's still like, is this aura loss? Or is it something else? Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First, they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then Force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about what's its name? Golden Bow? Yeah. They invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. Kim donated aura to Angdu. Remind me again, because I forget. I don't think Angdu was in Ruina, right? She is a Limbus Company first, but wasn't in Ruina. But Kim was all the way back in Ruina with a bunch of other no-name Blade lineage people. A lot of seen a lot of aura videos Bamboo had at Kim, so there's a lot of expectations. Yeah, I haven't run across any Limbus content on YouTube, you know, because I'm kind of deep into Blue Archive, but I might start seeing them after this stream. We'll see. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Angdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I might have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. To shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Wow, the horror on her face, what is that about? Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? No. No. Oh wow, look at this goofy face. Look at this goofy face. That is hilarious. Like what is this? I don't know what that is. Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Special sunglasses? I mean, I'm pretty sure you can get one from the store. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No Wait, what? You're sending her an errand instead of you buying it yourself? Kim is just reacting here in the background. I didn't realize his face changed so much depending on the conversation here. My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. Ah, that's why she's not doing it herself. Forgive me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right, but that's not what he meant at all. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Amid. Yeah, she did say amid. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. Why is she so scary? Why is Angdu so scary with all of that? No sooner Angdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was strange. It was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's just say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Angdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Right. She lost both of her arms fighting last time. Oh, Miss Angdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Angdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's just not the arms, even her clothes are different now. And the sword. Yeah, I think her old sword broke anyway, so she needed a new one. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrist as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation. This is though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Oh yeah, that guy also has prosthesis all over the place. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without the trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototype developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Something about prosthetics from your childhood. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? Yeah, okay, we're gonna get flashback on that. It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But... sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work in prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. Oh, okay. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred up a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He's getting better. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please. Girl, we just walked for 4 hours. That's nothing. 4 hours shopping? That's a lot. While everyone was distracted taking taking in Angdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? What? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? Why do we have camera equipment? It's basically a wreck now, but these are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. That is the film? No, that's... Mersal stops them? What? Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. But Mersal's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? Well, what'd I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Yeah, if you ever dealt with film camera before, you definitely don't want that film to be exposed to sunlight because it will ruin the film and you can't use it again. At least that portion. You can probably use another exposure though. Well, another frame. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep, it went back in, and Sinclair has never seen a film camera before. I feel like film these days are... film is expensive. I mean, you can still do film camera these days, but it's expensive because you only can get like so many shots per film, like 24, maybe 36 if you're lucky. And they have to be developed, and it's a pain in the butt. Digital is a lot easier, but film is so much better as far as quality. With a quiet nod, Mersal took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Mersal's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. He's probably dabbled in it. I don't know what hobbies Mersal had in the book, so maybe photography was one of them. I know he smoked a lot. That's about it. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. No comment from her, but she has silence. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortion guys. Where should we begin? Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Oh yeah, this flashback. Both Ezra and we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. I guess she was also in the war? She doesn't seem to be as traumatized by it on the surface as I guess Moses and everyone else was. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby. And it didn't seem like any other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten closer to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around's gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad without your help. Or with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polyseme? That's a polyseme. Polyseme referring to the point at which distortion occurs. The motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Okay, too much text. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion. The inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. So not the source, I see. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeons of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high-maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. So I'm guessing this inflection point was a thing in Distortion Detective? Haven't read it yet. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we want to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? What was that slam? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first. And when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies, like the Zwei and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices. But none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits, and the logo on the collar of the uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Mersaw... I was once employed by N-Corp all the way back then. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Mersaw? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the Pinframe team of Service de Clos. Pinframe. Class 2. Assuming they go up to 5. Not too strong, but not that weak either. Mersault recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf of his mind. He probably did. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting of and arranging of N-Corp's internal information and intersectors, so just info in general. That'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. Why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby backstreet like this? Got any guesses? Any guesses, Mersault? I am unable to determine that. Okay. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that request. Huh? I mean, fair enough. He doesn't want to get it wrong. And also, there might be a whole slew of reasons. Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Well, I mean, he's always like that. He's usually a lot quieter, actually. This is the most he's spoken in a while. Because, aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Maybe we will in the next canto. Okay then, Mersault, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view. And that's when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. He has a different expression. His mouth is it open? Or is it? His mouth is slightly open. And he's looking away. And he's squinting. I'm not sure if he's trying to think of something or something else, but it's a troubled look. A look that we've never seen before. Mersault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. Tremor, you say? A leveling stare that came with... There is no such thing as an objective point of view. I think I know where this is coming from. I've read a little, I haven't read The Stranger, but I have heard, I have listened to a summary of The Stranger, which is not the same thing, but The Stranger itself, I actually wanted to read The Stranger on stream or maybe like a video at some point, because I have like a PDF on it right now, and it's like, I think 77 pages. 77 pages is not a whole lot. It is a lot of words though. But basically, if you know anything about Camus, and his view on nihilism and stuff like that, it's let's just say Mersault doesn't have any strong opinions about anything. Hence why he has there's no such thing as an objective point of view. If that makes any sense. Probably doesn't. It's a little hard to wrap around until you dig a little bit. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. Huh. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective, without exception. Yeah. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard. He's never reacted so strongly before, and this is pretty strong by his standards. But I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself, and that is exactly it. That is exactly it. He'd rather be told what to do than make his own judgments, decisions. I mean, if it goes, well, I don't know if we actually got this much characterization from him in previous interactions, but he just kind of goes with the flow, I think, for the most part, which is pretty close to how he was in the book. Personality wise, I think that's pretty close to how he was in the book. So, and if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner, got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I guess it wouldn't be I guess it wouldn't be objective. Subjectively, opinionatedly, why would they come all the way out here if this is not where they usually are? I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because it's his turn coming up. And if we have time, maybe we'll read through The Stranger. Might be an interesting thing to pick apart. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad as usual." Yes, manager. Oh geez, mucho texto. I would presume that their mission was one of or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. I guess I guess that those are possibilities. I don't see why. I guess it was just the wording. Yeah, it was definitely Dante's wording on how he asked it that he didn't like. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices, or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys are N-Corp staff. Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses had been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her, with but a single glance. Yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Yeah, okay, pocket search, fair enough. Let me take a look too. There's an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet. So let's put that back. Don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, half the hour— oh crap, I've skipped that. At long last, half the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Wait, wasn't she one of the detectives back in T-Corp? No way, she probably wasn't. I feel like she was. Might as well rob the wallet because what do you do in the city? No. We're company employees. She did not. Okay. We're company employees. We can't just rob random people. That would be that would go back to the company. So they won't like that too much. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in Teak. Oh, they literally mentioned the next line. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rhodia, Ryoshu, and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I had foreseen the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Let her dress up a little while, come on. I guess we would need an ID for that one, so no no Don Quixote T Corp ID today. Still wonder Don Quixote getting those props most of the time. I mean, it's probably the same as Rhodia. It's probably the same as Rhodia. I kind of have a feeling that, you know, sometimes the props, the bread, the cookies just come out whenever Kim Ji-hoon is feeling silly. Otherwise, it's inconsequential where they actually store that. One of these days is gonna be plot relevant. Maybe well, the bread and cookies were plot relevant, but one of these days pulling out the props is gonna be plot relevant. We'll see. We'll see when. Okay, then we should get moving too. Man, 3 episodes. We haven't fought yet. 3 episodes. We're an hour and a half in. Though I did stall for about 20 minutes. Is this battle? It is battle. Okay. Oh. No, we can work with this. We can work with this team. I don't need to change it. Okay. House of Spider team, let's go. It's still a pretty strong team. We spent a long while riffing through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There's sure a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Basically, no people, but, you know, the guy likes taking architecture pictures. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Angdu, I have no idea. I feel like Kim has no interest whatsoever other than lazing around. I don't know how he even got strong enough to claim people's bones, though. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position at a court as a court official. But, Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal... Once swung, a sword does not retract its arc, Angdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what had already been cut. Oh, okay, he used to be in a high position and then somehow lost it. Okay, I can kind of see his personality now. He used to actually be driven, but after losing said position somehow, he's like, who cares anymore? Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Oh wow. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on that? Ought you not dwell on what we can no longer be okay, you words jumbled up. Ought you not dwell on what we can no longer be undone? Should you not dwell on what we can no longer undo? I guess he's still thinking about what he's lost, but you know, he's not thinking too hard about it. Maybe a regret. I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Angdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Okay. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. The spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me inflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that it had not... Wait. You said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp-cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Is that so? Angdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. Why is she acting like his yandere girlfriend? Maybe not yandere quite yet, but it's definitely a very concerning girlfriend. If my hearing is sharp, cutting words afflicts you so. Perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Nope, still reminded. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Angdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Angdu said he had, indeed? Young Angdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I, too, when speaking to others of whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an unacceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose it is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced, and his bearing so loose. In fact, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. Oh! Really? So it wasn't like following blindly. She did wonder, is this guy for real? But somehow it's cemented into, okay, keep following him and glazing him at the same time. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted upon me. Truly. Why, if fortune would grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday, and we might during this intervallo. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance... Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, I skipped a line. She whispered, okay. Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. I see. Okay. So she's trying to guilt trip Kim a little bit to doing stuff. You know what? That's fair, but also, girl, you're scary. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. Yeah, you would know that. So that's what it was. I get it now. Okay, what's that? Ah, we got company. Oh wait, hold up. These guys have the same gauntlets that Mersal has. What's his suitcase? It's a suitcase. Okay, interesting. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Class 2 pin framing staff, okay. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... Ah! Flashbang. A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into the burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and... Ah. With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Now I'm trying to figure out if it's these guys that did this or something. Holy crap, that light is blinding. Let's get out of here. Oh. Where are we? It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Angdu? Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of it's the same. This is... I think I know what this is. Are we in the Dungeon of the Fathoms again? This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depths of the Fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. Instead of making it into a separate dungeon, we're basically in the dungeon right now. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive Manager, this is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh, dang. We got like we got like what do you call it? Collage faces? You know, the Undertale style? Wait, why do these guys look like... Why does this look like Confucius? Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Angdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chunokuns of Escorp twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. Whenever Kim's gone off too, this definitely isn't the first time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. Okay. Isn't those clothes from Hong Lu's place? That's what I was thinking. But apparently it's from Escort? So I can only guess that, oh jeez, it's unfocused. Do I have to worry about this? Oh no, that's a counter? Crap. We got an AoE. Okay, I guess Sinclair's just gonna have to eat sword. Angela, get out of there. And Sinclair be fine. Yeah, I actually no. I think doesn't this look like whatever Confucius was wearing? So I'm assuming he went through escort at some point. I don't know. I feel like Chinese clothing and Korean clothing are kind of similar, but not really. It's definitely a little bit different. But not having Ryoshu here though, I actually have to use the House of Spiders IDs properly, and I'm not sure how to do that. Because like they keep dying. But I'm hoping we at least somewhat have a blade team going on here. It's kind of funny. I feel like when we got the Hoshu, the Heisho pack, I feel like when we got the Heisho pack, everyone was like, "This is so broken," and then they were. But I feel like House of Spiders is even more broken than the Heisho pack. Yeah, I usually use Ryoshu erasing House Spider and kill everyone. Because why not? Why shouldn't I kill everyone and make her super buff and not have to think about anything? There's no reason not to. Unless you just want to, I guess, use them as what is this? Meat shields for a really tough fight. Because I guess even Ryoshu at full power may not be enough, so a little bit of stalling by using them as meat shields may be beneficial. Somewhat beneficial. So, oh dang. Okay, who wants to finish this guy off? Oh, Angdus, okay, you two are fighting that. We'll take care of everyone else. We'll take care of this one, we'll take care of this one. Take care of this one, we'll take care of this one. I think those are gonna die. Just in case this one doesn't die, and then we'll follow up over here. Go. More like a tactical strategy. It's very tactical. Has anyone tried using Matthias Otis yet? Like without actually killing her? How dangerous is her kill everyone passive? Because I mean, I think it's like a 20 and 30% threshold before she kills people. But it's also like, it might not be too bad. Maybe not. Interesting, you're going that way. We'll have you go here, we'll have you go here. We'll have you go here. Oh, unopposed. Who else is fighting this one? We'll send you that way. There we go. Yeah, very dangerous. I think she can also potentially kill... No, actually no. If you have Ryoshu and... If you have Ryoshu and Otis at the same time, House of Spider, Ryoshu and Otis, I don't think she'll be able to kill Ryoshu because any damage she takes gets transferred to the House of Spiders IDs. So I guess that's that's not too bad. Because I was kind of thinking, who's gonna kill who first? Is Ryoshu gonna kill Otis first, or is Otis gonna kill Ryoshu first? But killing Ryoshu through Otis, I don't think is a possibility. So, oh right, we got Ezra. I forgot. Oh wow, right. We have this many people now. You're going that way? Yeah, Ryoshu would definitely kill Otis first. I don't think that's too much of a debate anymore. I still kind of find it funny that Sinclair's the last one to die. Sinclair will also be killed eventually by Ryoshu, but he'll be the last one to die just because, you know, they're both pinky. So I do feel like erasing me, erasing you, Ryoshu is the closest we'll ever get to a playable Araya. Which is kind of nice. I kind of like that idea. It's a little sad, but I kind of like it. And I'm not even looking at what these guys are doing. I should probably at least look at their tags and see what's up with that. Probably nothing big though. I do feel like they might have bleed mechanics. Alright, maybe I'll take a little peek. Escort, fixer, that's it, really? Okay, that was anticlimactic. Oh, there's something here. Escort commands 2 sorts of taboo hunters, royal censors and chunokuns. Agents of the royal court. Royal censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of whatever this is. And the chunokuns are fixer offices, formed bands within their own ranks. Once an order or contract to hunt down a bandit is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt of Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. I see. Escort lore. Escort lore and escort fixer lore. Okay. I'm gonna have to pull you apart just to make sure we don't go all in on the same one. Why do people call Sinclair a useless twink? I mean, he looks kind of twinky, doesn't he? As far as useless, I don't think he's as bad as he used to be. But I don't know. I haven't really kept up with that, so maybe someone else can explain that. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with a measured alert, Engdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Engdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Engdu move about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after battle, they began searching the space. Prithee. Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change in so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. Location type. That's a first. For me, anyway. It's basically when a whole space distorts. And since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't generally rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by the way, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too? Okay, so there's no actual person that this seems to be attached to. It's like a ghost or something. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to a row of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are... The glyph emblazoned upon their headbands, Chu, bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chinokuns, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of their stations in S-Corp after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Really? Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends afore the band of Nobi, and before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, so they escaped before they were marked. Okay. Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does a breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize its prey, to thereafter frame and the capture with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. So anyone who they don't like gets branded. Dang. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that cursed practice. Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yi-Sang? Or me, perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chinokuns generated by distortion? That is a possible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her finger against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve deeper into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chinokuns have appeared as a motif for this phenomenon. Probably because of him over there. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chunokun suggests a possible correspondence to Yi-Sang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens this hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from bamboo-headed Kim or Angdu's memories. Right, that's what I was just saying. Angdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Can we stop? Can we stop with a flashbang? The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Thank you. Thank you, it has subsided. If only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back, so this is why you kept asking whether we'd see anything bursting with a pop. And Sinclair is oddly composed, wow. The N-Corp employees must have rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag the slippery hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chinokuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, the slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Headed Kim is right now. Where'd he escape to? To Heathcliff and company? Is that what happened? Okay, well, I guess we'll find out. How far am I right now? Oh, I guess we do get everyone. Hold up. We're gonna do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Don't really care about this one. Now, where could they be? What is this music? Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team... Oh, fighting also. Bloody hell, what's up with these kids? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked about it with those fedora guys. Wait, we could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging about around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons in their pockets the second they get the chance. He's never gonna live down the hair coupon thing. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me? What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Oh, Kim. I guess I haven't met Kim yet. Huh? Is that the end of your true performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of milk. Maggioli to go with it? Oh, rice wine. Korean rice wine. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. Didn't even think twice. He has a name tag though. I think it says, LCD. Wow! They're doing a lot more with the sprites these days. Heathcliff literally just bolted out there and ran straight to Kim. Wow. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with it, every bastard having to dig at me? Oh dear. Wow. They're doing stuff. They're doing stuff with this. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. Huh. Slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you do intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... I guess he's gonna help? Gasp. Wow, he took out all those dopa-wearing people in just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your circus, for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest of you folks. Wandering Blades and Murim Tales. Wait, Wandering Blades and Murim Tales never linger on the stage for long after all. Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Damn it. Okay, at least we're gonna go straight to the fight. I was hoping we'd have Kim here, but he's not gonna give us that. Oh, we gotta use Malkith. You know what? Go, Ryoshu, kill everyone. Kill everyone and totally... It might be a little bit overpowered for this, actually. But there's really no... there's no such thing as overkill. As long as I don't have to keep everyone alive for the 3-star completion, that's okay. The EX clear completion. Thankfully, that's usually not a requirement in Limbus Company. I do find it funny that this is the one game. This is the one game where killing your teammates is seen as actual strategy that you should probably do every so often. Meanwhile, every other game is like too busy trying to keep everyone alive. Because you know they don't have a back row. They don't have a back row, they have no one to replace the front row. Meanwhile, everyone is front row technically. At some point. So we just gotta keep fighting. Good thing we got 12 people. And sometimes you will need every single last person. Sometimes. Preferably not though. Wow, was that a counterattack? Okay, well she's dead now. Thank you, Ryoshu, very cool. At least Sinclair's gonna survive for a little bit longer. Gotta say though, Sora Dawn is still pretty darn strong. Until she gets taken out anyway. Ooh, we can probably do this. One-sided guard. Is anyone attacking this guy? Who is attacking this guy? Actually, no one's attacking this guy. No one's attacking here. We got multiple people attacking there. Don't do that, people. Go here, go here. Maybe one attack here. Go over here, go over there. Maybe another one over there. And ignore these two. We gotta make sure we don't get counterattacked. Though I think Ryoshu might get counterattacked if that's an AoE. That she's... No, wait, I didn't use her skill 3. Should be fine. I am kind of it is interesting though that they didn't make this into a an unfocused battle. Like, can't just spam win rate and have it target everyone. Oh, there we go. There's the first trigger. Oh. I made that kill. What? Oh, we're gonna get into that situation here, are we? I see. I understand. I understand what's going on, maybe. We just had to get into big flashbang. Okay, take care of that one. Ow. Man, if you play this in the morning, maybe it wouldn't be as bad, but I'm playing at night. It's kind of dim in my room right now. Even with the lights on. Okay, that did absolutely nothing. Okay, we got 2 going here. We'll have 1 go here. And we do a kill. Wait, who's over there? Target that. Alright. Good, go. You have flashbang resistance. I mean, flashbang resistance really only works if you like have been in the light for a little bit. But if you're coming out from a really dark place and into a really bright place, I don't think it would. I don't think you would have that big of resistance. You would have to shield yourself just a little bit. It's kind of like getting an eye test at the eye doctor, where they dilate your eyes and like flash a lot of light into it. You might not notice it at first because it's kind of dark in the room, but when you go outside to the real world where the sun is, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a little bit. At least it does me. Oh, okay. I killed everyone already. Okay, so you go here. Who else is here? I guess you can go that way. Alright, perfect. Go. And now Ryoshu does whatever Ryoshu does. Whatever it is. It basically just amounts to kill. Oh, yep. Still ridiculously strong, even in story mode. Man, I'd rather use this team than the Heisho pack at these days. Like, Heisho pack's still pretty good, but the power creep is ridiculous. So, let me get this straight. Dude was just here a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. Are you sure? No, I get it, okay? But come on. Would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? Oh, okay, so he's actually working. It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward. But nope, when the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Okay, so he's not lazy. He does the job when he needs to, and he's really good at it, but he'd rather not do anything if he can help it. I see. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsies, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel? Is that what you're suggesting? No, I think it was off actually doing some other work and didn't tell anyone about it. Feel like Angry would lock him up in the closet. You know what? I feel like she wouldn't do that to him, but maybe if it came down to it, she might. She's scary like that. Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization, and you are way too militaristic? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He just somehow caught on and did the job himself. Huh. I heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. Oh, wow. That much? And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Him. Then the soldier's not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. You know what? Respect to Kim, even though he seems like a slacker. Wandering Blade. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to just help him then? I feel like that's not gonna happen. He keeps claiming bones. But maybe Aang thinks otherwise. Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratching at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's done proof. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then... well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling. However you want to call it. My boss man Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I can hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning. Walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he's lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was a secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'd kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it played out that way. Sorry, this really sounds like a barstool bragging to me. This really sounds like barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? Hey, it could be. I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it was just a coincidence. It is likely that it is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense, or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. Just say he's good. Just say he's good, that's all you gotta say. No need to dissect it. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Wow. Heathcliff getting praised and burned at the same time. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I also have been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. So this is a development room. Can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's okay. People do not know what a dark room is. It is intentionally like this to develop film. Mersal, stop them, please. And right then, don't turn on the light. Thank you. I heard Mersal's clip warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mersal, where are you? There he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I guess he's developing the film. I am developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. You mean more quiet than usual? Huh? Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What was that for, anyway? You expressed the wish you had the film developed, manager. I am carrying out the instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio, or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and the photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where'd you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's districts. In N-Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People taking pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Department store? Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher? Documentary person? Mersal chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with a job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. Canned experience? That's not the tickets that we use, is it? No, it's not. We don't even have anything like that. Well, we have the tickets. A docugrapher. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into a distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer only after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Mm-hmm. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far for that photo studio. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspaper. All messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some place in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a place patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Honestly, you probably shouldn't even have windows in a dark room. Oh. This probably isn't even a legit dark room. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Mirsal came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instructions to develop this film roll. A request? What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Fair enough. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. So, flashbang, not that we can help it. Battle. There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wow. Well, wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrive exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this dark room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer, and okay, we got another fight. I have a feeling I know what Mirsal is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Mirsal, we heard the footsteps. You should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Wow. The tiny little comedy bits we get is so subtle and dry. Oh, wait, hold up. He said battle, but what battle? There's no battle here. After the battle. I guess this was the battle we just did. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of escorts backstreets, distorted with the flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. At the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? Right, the photographs on the lines. A long line stretched across the open air. Photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a conjule at first and gave it a little attention. Warding rope. Oh, what's a warding rope? Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp. Yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mersal stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it. And the instant he brought them to me... At least that flashbang was very quick. Oh, very quick, and the lights are turned on. So the photos are... Well, he's probably got the can on him, so he should be okay. I don't think I read this part. We heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief! This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and sudden jumps. Except for Mersal, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop him? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete, and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. Oh, I got actual photos. Okay, what do we have here? We got flowers, looks a little bit wilted. We got people in either suits or lab coats, a little hard to tell, but one of them has a weird hairstyle. We got a baker, a random NPC baker, interesting. And we got a shadowy figure behind some trees. It's upside down, so it's a little bit hard to see. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarly between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere that we don't usually see in the games. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. No, that seemed pretty serious. Just don't know what it is. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Mersal must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. Wait, did he actually say that? No, he didn't. Wait, so was he answering his question? No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Oh, it was a different question. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sysif. What's a Sysif? There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sysif, what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. And experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too. But the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sysif. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. Can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed based content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is applied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Okay. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, informing concerning ordinary experience can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they had been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money, just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say... maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything that distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Angdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. Should we? These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea! Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliate with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled out the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. Wait, I think that was so quick. Oh, we're calling Ryoshu. DWRC, do we regroup clock? Oh, I wanted to read that one, Sinclair. Thank you, though. I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Rhodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Oh, wait, I didn't realize we were on radio. Okay. Rhodia, you there? What's that? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Nee, can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street, they're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna... Just throw them on TF, they're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay? Bread has... bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard rallying again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to
Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick.
No, it's not a fight.
Huh? Then what's this about?
Oh, they're at the baker, I guess. I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marceau had brought me. Where is that bakery you're at? I see. They just happened to be there while grabbing stuff. And somehow we're only a third of the way through. God dang. Cans? Cans. Oh, we actually get to see the bread queen. Bread queen. I hope nothing happens to this lovely lady. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. I haven't seen him around lately though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the Cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that face is interesting. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docograph for the building of my choice. Oh, that's what that was about. He docographs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw in the nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. Gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to the dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. I mean, it doesn't look right. The smile doesn't look right. Ahem. So I'm starting to feel like these canned experiences are kind of like a drug, without actually being a drug. I'm not exactly sure. Like dopamine? Young Marceau, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can allowing us to pursue any dream that heart may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. And he grimaced at that. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter, mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. Hey GNG, welcome. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in your previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experience are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Okay, yeah, it does kind of sound like a drug, like going on a dopamine high from having experiences you've never actually had before, but also kind of alters your memory a little bit. So it's kind of like having what do you call those things? Living vicariously through another person kind of experience, except they're in that person's place in their mind, like for real. A possible cause of formation of dependence patterns is that the canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Or still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. Okay, so it makes them devoid of goals? For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? In the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls the significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. Fair enough. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions. I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? What the hell are you keeping all that then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course, I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. Huh? You're here too? Just showed up out of nowhere? It was Kim. He really did have a knack of making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey mister, where you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in a puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Without paying? Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! Okay. Another punch to the gut. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, ouch, folding him into the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Mirza approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. Is that a croissant? Huh? Completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, it's the film roll. Oh, so there's the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversible film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversible film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. I'm not sure if what a reversible film either is. Okay, I can see it. Ah, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Yeah, if you've never seen a strip of film before, after it's been developed, you can see like tiny little negatives on it, like little images on it. It's very small because I mean it has to fit in the film, and then that gets developed into a bigger image later on. But it's pretty interesting just to look at a negative of a film though. But yeah, it's hard to tell any details. Is this the same person in every shot? Is it the same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Is the guy in the film? A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book. In the same exact spot on every page. Yeah, where it's basically animation, moving pictures. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is a film roll for like a movie? It's a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of frames suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Wait, what? Video recording is a taboo in N-Corp? What the heck? No movies? No movies, but TV is okay. The heck? These rules that the Nest come up with, and even the whole city as a whole, make absolutely freaking no sense.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
And then we're gonna... Ah, jeez. Oh crap. As soon as I registered Mirsov's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back to our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed the window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Vergil's with us then, and it ended up not being not that big of a deal, and at the end of the day, since I could still revive the sinners, but you cannot be revived. Some Nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? Dang, that's strict. I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern. Citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? You all die. Okay, so this is it then. Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. We'll be fine. N-Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. They're not the head. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their demands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be a-okay. Really, it's gonna be that simple. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo, which is Dante. But really? But team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sticking their fixers on our butts right away. And that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how closely to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. Okay, why the heck is this such a big deal? So even if we're really unlucky, and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. He's not convinced. So, what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between frames should be like super brief. Shouldn't be like super brief. Film is normally done in 24 FPS. That's standard for movies, actually. Like, people cry for 60 FPS games all the time, but honestly, film isn't 24. So... And I think animation's even lower. I think animation can go as low as 8 FPS a lot of times. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds. So it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. And let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. You want to keep poking at the hornet's nest, Otis? Really? Merceau, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Merceau. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Merceau to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photos are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The doctographer couldn't possibly have moved this pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here. The expression risen on the subject's visage seems rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps he had observed closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let me see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. And the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like a footage that violates a taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the nest taboo, correct? The that is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violations of a wing's taboo. Ugh, well, thank goodness we sorted that out, somehow. Thank you, Kim. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in a 9-to-5 hell. Oh yeah, I felt that. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. He's pretty insightful regarding that, so I kind of believe Kim on this one. Sick and tired of stupid rules like no actual moving pictures. Yeah, you know what, that's fine too. Play with fire? Play with fire. Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another in the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage, and that's why he distorted. Cool, so then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backstreets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwillingly came across the projection? Right on. It had made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Okay, so I feel like movies are a taboo here, but they aren't a taboo in other nests. That only makes sense. Well, why N-Corp in particular? There's gotta be a reason for that. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would anyone insane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, innit? Backstreet blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or convention and just tail people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for. So they'll lead us to wherever we need to go? Indeed. At architecture conventions, there should be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Plaid shirts and suspenders, are they talking about your stereotypical otaku outfit? I didn't think they had them here. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellows to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? This ain't plaid though. Collect evidence, please advise for... They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at a... Huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna follow us. They're gonna let us follow them. So we were following people, they've spotted us, and now we gotta fight. Good job, team. Good job. I know you could do it. And by it, I mean screw up. I am kind of confused about this Intervallo, but I guess it's kind of interesting, somewhat interesting. Just to see what kind of nonsense N-Corp's about. Like, photographs are fine. Anyone can take a picture. Video footage is not fine, depending on the frame rate. Which has to be known by people. Otherwise, it'd be like committing taboos left and right. But the curious part is why? Why they can't do any video footage? Do you have any BLIDs? BLIDs is wild, just reading that without no context. Do you have any Blade Lineage IDs for event currency bonus? Do I? I'm not sure, actually. Well, actually, no, I think I do have, I might have 2, but I didn't check on which ones. I guess that would be a good idea to pull out before we get into a dungeon, which I'm assuming is still gonna happen. Unless it doesn't, because I think they've been trying to get away with dungeons at the end of, chapters and intervallos recently. Yeah, I guess I'll check in the next fight. I think I have, I do think I have the Kim ID for Mursa. I don't know if I have others. How many Blade Lineage IDs are there, not counting Angdu? And I guess the Ego, which I haven't gotten yet. At least they give us a little bit of time to farm. So I could like foreseeably get at least the important stuff. I don't usually go for everything. There is no hard mode. Is there? Or is there a hard mode for this one to farm in? 5-ish plus the Ego. That's quite a bit. Yeah, that's probably gonna be a good 200+%, right? Or maybe 300%, close to. Yeah, I haven't actually looked in the shop, but isn't there also a Blade Lineage ID also in the shop? 8! That's a lot more than expected. Oh wait, I didn't make her kill stuff. Oh, was it No, in the shop is Ishmael? I thought it was. Isn't there a Honglu? Isn't there a Honglu Blade Lineage, or am I? Oh no, wait, that was a Mursa one. That was a Mursa one. Okay. Okay, kill. Attack. 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 Go. Escort Honglu is 40%, not BL though. I see. 8, one is new ID, one is the Ego. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to double check. I didn't think about stacking the BL stuff. I don't even know if I have enough experience for all of them. I mean, I guess technically speaking, I can like spam the. What do you call this? I can spam the EXP stage now because we can like do multiple runs in one go. But yeah, that's still a lot of Enkaphalin. That's still a lot of modules. Holy crap, that's like gonna be a lot of modules. So I'm guessing no Noir videos in N-Corp.
손님을 맞이하는
Oh,
동안에
just you
기억하지
two.
못하겠지만
Just you guys next. Interesting.
밤이 떠올랐어. 내 허락 없이 잠들 수 없어.
Oh crap, I think they all went on the guy that was
잠시 눈
broken.
감아두도록 해.
Right. I guess even with what do you call this? Even with
대행 완료. 이제야 친해졌네요.
my mind is going. Crap.
그 뜻을
Even with win rate, that's what I was thinking.
여기까지 와서
Even with win rate, I still need to double check to see if that attacks aren't wasted. Because they most certainly are.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다
Household
보면
Spire is just too strong. Oh, we are 2/3 of the way. Thank freaking goodness. Okay, more fights. Alright, let me see what I got. Edit team. Okay, we have... Okay, we got Blade Lineage here. Who else has Blade Lineage stuff? All IDs. Sort. Ah, I can't sort them that way. Well, I guess I can. I guess it'll be easier to go through this one. Okay, Okay, you. Oh, this is Blade Lineage right here. You don't have any. She Association. We're gonna keep you here even if you have Blade Lineage. We're not gonna do that. What else do we have? None here. Yeah, Kurokumo. I think she has one, but I don't have it. Do you have one? No, still Kurokumo. We have another Blade Lineage here, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Fine, you also. Okay, I got a decent amount. Faust has one, same with Otis and Dawn. Yeah, Faust, I don't think I have it. Yeah, I don't have one for Faust. Got Otis, don't have one for Dawn either. Okay, so who do I have to level up? 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them. Okay, let's start with you first. I'm just gonna get them to uptie 3 because I don't want to spend the shards on getting to uptie 4.
얼마나 자객을 보내던 결국 내게는 환상 앞에 한 수일 뿐이야.
There he is. He's got the proper hat now.
끝나지 않았는데 응수할 텐가?
Okay, we're just gonna skip this. So I guess if you do this, if you read through this, do you get like Kim's backstory a little bit? How many shards do I have? Oh, actually I have quite a bit. We can get you to uptie 4, though I don't know if I want to do that. That's the thing. There is a do I want to do this? But I guess we can do it. Okay, there's that. Let's go with you next. Oh geez, my tickets are gonna run out like crazy. Apparently I got you to 3 a long time ago. How about you? 72 tickets. Yep, I also got you to 3. Okay, and then you are also at 3, surprisingly. And this one I have to exchange for. I may as well. Ego shard. Crates. Let's see. We are at 8. How many do I need? How many do I need? I need 30. Oh, that's a lot less than I thought. I guess let's do 12. 12 for Otis. Right, I used shards recently for her to get the nurse father ID. There we go, exactly 30. All right. And just to make sure, where is that? I still don't have this one. Interesting. Where are the others? We got Molar Office there. These are all egos. Oh, here's Blade Lineage. Can probably grab this. 150. Right, I think we go here. So 150 at 58. I guess let's go for another 50. Actually, no. We'll go for 65 because I'm gonna have to get you to Uptie 4 too. And it should be enough.
주도라니. 본인은 그런 건 잘.
And then Faust, who is going to cost a lot more. I guess we may as well since we're already here. What was that? It was... How much do I have? Faust is at 50, so we go 200, 225. Let's go 250. Free Lunacy, it is a memento. You don't open mementos. No, I'm gonna keep that as a keepsake. No. You guys open stuff just because it's free lunacy? Just because it's free currency? Nah, I don't do that.
출전 전야는 반드시 고요한 법이죠. 마침 달도 가득 차올랐군요.
Alright, well, we got this. Yeah, I keep forgetting how big Faust is. Like, Faust is gigantic, but yeah, I don't think about it too often, but I'm reminded. I'm reminded of it every so often. Please, man, you got so many crates. Nah. I'm pretty stingy when it comes to using resources. I mean, what if I need them later? I'm not gonna use it. I'm gonna need them later for something important. Like me here using the tickets. I really don't want to use the tickets, but I'm gonna have to use the tickets. And I just realized I opened 250 crates, which is not great. That's gonna hurt for later. Okay, you next. I guess this will make farming a little bit easier. Oh my gosh, all my tickets are gone! I only got 26 left. What the heck? I need more of these level boost tickets. They need to just send out more of that.
소란스러워서 말일세. 잠시 둘러보며 산책이나 해도 되겠는가?
What does Blade Lineage even do? Is it just a bleed team basically? Bleed and poise? Or mostly poise? I didn't even check. Because if it's mostly poise, I'm not a huge poise fan. Ticket deficit is real. Not just tickets, also I guess shards if you haven't gotten everything yet. Like me. I was saving these crates for Walpurgis. Always be saving for Walpurgis. So I hope this is worth it. I really hope so. Okay, back in the fray. Holy crap, it's been 3.5 hours, and I feel like, we're 2/3 of the way. 2/3 of the way. Okay. Still partly House of Spiders. I guess that's still fine. Let me put the... Oh, this does not leave me with a bunch of House of Spiders IDs. Huh. Okay, we'll put you at the front, we'll put you there. Let's put you here too. I guess you. And you. And you, and you, and you, and you. BL is a low power poise team. There's some blade synergy for Mirror Dungeon. Does your friend list have any of the new IDs ego for borrowing? I didn't check. I obviously did not check. One-sided guard. I guess we'll take this guy. You can go here, you can go here. You can go there. You can go here. And you can go there. I'll be honest, I keep forgetting that the friend list for borrowing exists in Limbus Company. Just because half the time I feel like I can already do it with my own team. And the other half, it's just, I simply forget that it exists. Because, I mean, most of the time, you know, you should probably already be up to date with your roster. Not necessarily levels if you're like behind on tickets and such, but the roster. If you've been doing like weekly mirror dungeons or even daily mirror dungeons, as some people do, you probably have enough crates to claim everything. So, yeah. Did I just see nails there? I think I saw nails there. I just saw nails. I did not like what I see. Okay, go here, go here, go here. Alright, I keep forgetting Ezra's here. But Ezra is... what is... Ezra's not as high as a level as she was during the other fights, is she? No, wait, she might be. I didn't check, actually. Because we don't need that kind of power here. Also, how do I use claim their bones? Do I only use that when I'm gonna lose the clash? Because I feel like that it's only really usable then. Okay, I need to check your guys' level. 60! Level 60. Anchor looks pretty nice. Any flavor text here that might be interesting? Blade Lineage LCD. Syndicate. On the outside, looks no different from prostheses you might find in other nests or backstreets, but apparently this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what it could be. Well, I see green here. Apparently this is important. Mook Workshop. What a name. Dokubi Fire. Development prototype, okay. I'll read that later. And you. Oh, she's still level 75. She's still level 75, so she's not gonna lose her clashes. Okay, you go there, you go there. You go here. And here. Unopposed, really. Oh, someone's already going after you. Oh, both going to Ezra. Interesting. Guess we'll just do a defense here. Try to knock this guy out. Try to knock this one out. Oh, I thought they were gonna be able to take out the staggered people, but I guess not. way too weak for that.
나부터 삭제해야 할걸?
Well, I guess if it gets us extra resources, that's really all that matters
내
here.
모든 시간들의 아우성이.
Maybe I shouldn't be killing the House of Spider people if the team is gonna be this weak. Seems like a bad idea. I guess it might still be okay. Yeah, I guess it might still be okay. Not as strong, but kind of works.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Alright, where do we have you attack? Right there? That's gonna take these two guys out. Alright. Let's have you attack here, or two on this side, maybe one more over here. Maybe one more over there. And then maybe one more over here.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 그럼
God dang it, that's way OP. I don't even know what she does to trigger all those attacks, but I'm just glad she does it.
지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 죽인 건가? 그냥 5배! 그래도 똑같아.
Smack.
그건 더 많이 보았거든.
Well, I guess she's level 75, but she's not using her workshop tools.
하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
Do I have any more House of Spider people left? I do not. Okay, that just means I have to start hitting people. Okay, you go here, you go there, you go here, and we try to ignore these guys as much as possible.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을
Alright, smack. Thank goodness for Gregor. Thank goodness for the follow-ups. As small as it is. Oh, okay, I wasn't expecting a kill there.
하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도
There,
처음부터
there,
거래를 하지 말았어야지.
there, there, and here.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
Just spread it all around.
또 검도치. 숨이 타도 배어낼 것.
빈틈 투성이군. 스켈레터.
어중간한 예술은
And I'm surprised she hasn't turned furry yet.
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Ooh, so that's what Andrew does.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
And I should at least get the ego next week for Merceau.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
And if I have
이렇게 하나씩
enough, I might
알아가다
be able
보면
to get I might be able to get Ishmael too. Ooh, wait. I don't like that. I don't like that. Feel like we got a boss here.
그대 이 검이 필요하오.
Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service to Clue is not a combat specialized department. While they have undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? What are they snapping away for then? Oh, skipped it. Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher upside wager? I can kinda see how they would think we're involved in this somehow. every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. And he's keeping quiet. Mersal stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? I'd probably bet on that last one. His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim... Hey, Mersal? I was struck by his sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflating, concise, and direct. As though he has some rule of his own that told him that this was a specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything you want to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. And this reflects very much of what little I saw in the first part of the book. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere. So... with a curt, "Sure if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? What do you mean? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you wish such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself at the smallest peek into Mersal's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together. Definitely been more than that in real life, but only a year in game. I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. Gosh, I mean, you did mention that you were gonna warn us, but a little bit more heads up would have been nice. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, which I think was, I guess, a separate battle than what we did. Thankfully, we're not going through every single battle. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersal had predicted, we made our way into the building. That is some avant-garde looking... what do you call this? Collage in the back. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Encore have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. I could say the same for the rest of the freaking game. We have killed, I feel like, over 100,000 people by now. And we still have people in the city. How many more people can we kill in the game? It is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. Yeah, the box. What were they thinking sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Oh, that's a projector! And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I'd seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Shinokun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation, which is still freaking weird. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Angdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know. But I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter among themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I guess that's a distortion right there. I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of a wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witness buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hallowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a bruit of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What are you saying? What's this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. Do they all use nails in N-Corp? I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. So it's not a distorted person, it's more like a distorted thought? of a recording? Huh. Or I guess it's just a recorded voice on a... What do you call this? Noise? After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. The same line again. It's the same line again. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason. Yeah, you kinda were. I mean, if anyone has an answer to that, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employees' attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields a contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. I guess he wasn't conscious during that time. Hey Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a projector racket run. A mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead fellows before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unsociable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. I guess he's talking about the flashbangs into S-Corp and fighting all those, people. Reminds him of his friends back then. This again. In that split second, I think I saw Mersaw's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, Manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. Or maybe a thought with the words on the screen. We really have to stop doing that. This is a third time. Well, technically fourth time, but the third time it's stuck on this screen. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, we're back here again. The first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by a bamboo-headed Kim surrounded by a small army of Chinokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Ongdu. It's about time we both grew accustomed to such sights. Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Another flash. 2 flashes in a row? What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserve your gaze. Okay, we'll just keep doing the flashbang. Bollocks, I'd be blinded before day's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mersaw identified, there was something different about the group of Chinokun at this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Oh, that is different. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor and the great Wando of the Sol Circle to be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose that's how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyung-op, how do you fare, friend? At the signals, arrows loosing. Seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Shinogun began to swarm us. Okay, I guess we gotta fight now. I guess I'll go ahead and kill who I have. Alright, what am I dealing with here? Flash Phenomenon, Quartz Circle Sol, okay. 3 memory transitions. 1 stack retreat. Wait, at 1 stack retreat at end turn and transition in different location. Upon entering a counter, gain 3. Lose 1 stack. Okay, no. At 1 stack retreat, so they start with 3. At 0 memory, transition stack, retreat, transition different location. When returning to field based on current battle form, gain or lose swordplay. Use pattern made of single coins. Gains advantage at higher swordplay. Okay. Mountain of S-Corp District 19, home to a manor of beasts. The bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliffs of a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hoe it down with the first slash of the blade. A bear? Okay. Multi-coin skills. Gains advantage at lower swordplay. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it's felled at last. Fail to do so and the tiger will escape death, or best its current opponent to one day grow into a Sangun, a lord of the mountain. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on man or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. Okay, takes reduced damage from status effects, got you. Fix panic. Low morale, fragile, okay. Double effects inflicted by coins of bow, 1000 Sal Arrow loose skill? Is that your skill 3? Sword of Homeland, Bear Splitter, Ox Splitter. I guess it's not out yet. Is there anything else here? When Dujong Brigandine Sal expires, end encounter. Oh wait, I think I see it. What is this then? Memory transition, Homeland, Swordplay, min stack 1, min stack 9, okay. When gaining this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of unit's max HP. Minimum 1 rounded down, okay. Shield gain due to this effect does not expire at end turn. 1 defense level down for every 2 stacks, interesting. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of max HP. Ah, okay, so I don't think we can beat it. We have to get rid of all these things. I see. What else am I missing here? Nothing too interesting. Swordplay. Assume a different battle form of the homeland every 3 turns. Poise, more poise, even more poise. Bow of the homeland. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row. Music's pretty nice. In the turn after the turn, In wishes unit spent in stagger. Wow, that's words. Sword of the Homeland, Escort's traditional art of swordsmanship. Okay. Gain the following effects: bear hunt, swordplay. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. Matters not until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Clash lose head-splitting memory once per turn. Gain bind. Okay. Basically win clash, as it always has been. Except there's a lot of people we gotta deal with. Okay, who are you going after? You're going after this one, but it's not doing anything. How about you? Okay, also not doing anything. Okay, first, this one's going to you. Those guys are going towards Ezra. We can deal with that. This one needs to be redirected, but otherwise we can focus on this guy. If that's the case, let's go ahead and do that. I'm not gonna kill them yet. I want to get this resonance. Struggle. Hopeless. Neutral. Okay, maybe we change you over here. Alright, we should be good. So bleed would be pretty good if he's doing multi-attacks, otherwise, not. And didn't really check to see if he was in multi-attack mode right now or single coins. It looks like he's on single coins though. Korean military garb? Yeah, it is. Basically this area that we're in right now is based on Korea. Old Korea anyway. And the one place where we should have found Japanese inspiration, which was back in the previous Kanto, we did not. It was a hodgepodge of other stuff. So I guess we just kind of focus this guy down. But 600 HP and so many turns is kind of tough. Okay, I guess I don't want to kill my teammates right now. Where do we go? Oh, that's not Kim. I thought Kim was helping us for a second there. Okay, you are taking this guy. Taking that guy. So we gotta go for the others here. Okay, let's go for you. Neutral, really. Okay, grab that. Grab this. And get that. Get that and get that. Nice. I'm just hoping he doesn't summon more ads once we kill them. That would be annoying. Oh yeah, he's on single coins right now. Ah, the bleed stacks are not sticking. We don't have a lot of bleed stacks on him to begin with. We haven't even taken off a single mask yet. Yeah. Crap, lost that one. Lost that one. You know what I kind of wish we could do? I wish we could do multiples of one fight in story mode to make farming a lot easier. Because this takes time. Okay. You are going over here. Why are you fighting that? That's a counter. Okay, Angdu, which way you going? You also fighting the same guy. Why? Why would you do that? Alright, I guess we gotta take care of you. Can you take care of this one? Yes. Alright. We'll have Yoshi take care of that. And you, and you. Perfect. I didn't even check to see if I can do as an ego yet. I'm gonna pop one right now. She's trying her best. Okay, how are bleed stacks? It is non-existent. Got you. Oh, one down. Two down. Alright, time to start killing teammates. Oh, she went furry. Oh, Oh, what now? Flash projector? Wait, do I just go after this? There's nothing on it. Okay. I think I will. Okay, who can we... Okay, you're dodging that one. Let's just make sure we take care of these guys first. Actually, Ezra, you're taking care of that? Where is Angdu attacking? Same target. Why would you do that? Go here, everyone. Pile on this thing. I do see the damage just gets transferred to these guys, but also they come back, which is not great. I don't know if I should be bleeding something that doesn't attack. Probably not. That's why it's so weird. What the heck? Okay. We can ignore you. Ezra's fighting this way, but cannot redirect. So we'll take that. We'll take this. Actually, attack here. Keep attacking. Yeah, fight this thing. I guess we'll have to take this one. Now take this one. Go here. Go here. And I can't redirect anything, so that's fine. Okay, I think I have one more House of Spiders on the team to kill. Alright. It's such a weird fight. Is there really nothing on this projector? Nothing! I mean, I guess there's observation logs, but there's nothing in the observation log. Oh, now you have passives. Battlefield is returned from S Corp to N Corp. Heal SP. Cannot be killed. Does not take any damage from source other than skill damage. Fix to 1. Transition. That's really it. Okay. Who's attacking this one? You? And we will just pile on over here. How many more? Wait, do I have any more House of Spiders? I do not. Just the 2. Okay. Damage. You know what? Pile. 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 Go. So cannot kill, but this will get us to the next phase. Oh wow. Ezra killed the guy. Okay, it's just you right now. Develop memories. Entering encounter. Wait, what are you at right now? You are at 4 of these mass thingies. You know, I don't think I'm gonna worry too much about this. Win rate it. Go. I'm just hoping this means we can do a lot of damage really, really quickly. It's got shields for days though. Oh crap. I didn't see the red coins. Ah, so much bleed. Yeah, I think I need to be careful about that. Oh, that's your skill 3. Not bad. Bow. Okay, so how much damage did we just do to this guy? I feel like we should at least knock off one mask here. Maybe. Okay, where are you at? Where are you at? 3 mask. I guess we can only get rid of 1 mask per turn. Hopeless. What's this one? Hopeless? This back one? Who's taking that one? Angdu's taking that one. Okay, you know what? Angdu can take it. And Ezra's taking this one. Alright, so what is this music? The random chanting. A bit of a bop though. More bleed. Can't hear the chanting? It's probably because I'm wearing the headphones. I can hear it a little bit easier. Yield my flesh. but I have not claimed their bones yet. Oh wait, I guess I claim their bones when I use a defense, don't I? And he has to lose that clash. I should at least try to give that a chance. Wait, how do I claim? How do I claim your bones? Claim their bones. Before attack, every 7 poise on self, attack weight 1. Until the skill ends, cannot be staggered. For every 7 poise, he's got 20. I do want to give it a shot, just to see it. He will lose. It feels like he's gonna lose. Unclashable. You know what? Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm really tempted to do it just to see what would happen. Probably not on that skill though. He only gets to use a counter if using claim bones. Isn't this it? Isn't this it? I don't know. This is the clash. The counter. No? Okay. I guess we'll just keep fighting normally then. Look at his skills. Draw the sword, acupuncture, yield my flesh. Clash win 5 poise, clash lose. After getting hit, use to claim their bones skill. Oh, he has to lose that. Oh, thank you for the tip. Thank you, thank you. Okay, he has to use a skill 3 and lose. Got you. So it's not the counter. Alright. Actually, where's Ezra fighting? Ezra's over there. On skill 3, and then Angdu is on skill 2. Are we the baddies? Always a valid question. And I will say, probably, we have been the baddies before. Alright, have a good night. Let's go here. Go. Okay, we can probably knock off another mask here, and maybe we can end it next turn. I'm kinda hoping. It's not tough, just a little drawn out. Dang, at least Ezra has a lot of HP. She can handle this. I actually didn't look at Angdu too closely. But she's gonna be pretty tanky too, right? The only thing is she's the same level as us. Oh, not again. Oh, she has the same HP as us. Okay, can we use any ego? Let's use ego. We'll go here. You're going after this guy. He is attacking someone else. How about you? You're going straight for that. I guess we gotta take care of these then. I need mucho AoE. So we will go for Mucho AoE. Do you have AoE? No AoE here. We are on the, I guess we're on the boss node, technically. Alright, go.
벤단 서울을 건너
It's not difficult, it's just long.
세 번 배웠는다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 배워낸다.
We just gotta cut through everyone to finish the fight off.
찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번을 끌어.
Do I get 3 coins? I got 3 coins! 1,154 damage total. Ooh, everyone's dead?
난 너희가 좀더
Everyone actually died? Wow.
피스톤 압력 제한 해제 관측 완료된 시간 벡터 계산 완료 축적된 과거 변형 모먼트값 유지 발사
We're just beating up on a projector now. You know what, I didn't check to see if its skills changed. But if its skills change, I probably should be a little careful. It's just a freaking projector. What's it gonna do? Flash me? Yeah, I guess it would.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면
Yeah, it's just gonna
좋겠어.
flash me. Okay, all in everyone.
너희도 세피라도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
I'm hoping that's the last of it.
나와 다를 바 없을 거야.
Okay, how many masks do you have left? You have 1 mask left.
결국 버려진 신사잖아. 나는 살고 싶어.
Go.
그려낸데 너희도
I don't care,
마찬가지일
just go.
그러니 협력해줄 수 있는 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록. 이 순간이 다
Shield's almost gone at least. So I'm assuming as soon as the shield is gone, this fight ends.
낮도 밤도 지 숨을 다하듯 배워낼 것.
Is that it? I shall set my form aright. Don't tell me this is phase 2. Just a little more. I think I might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality. As soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'll make our lives a lot easier if we could just get rid of one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. But... Shite! Haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyung-up, who's swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Oh, Kim's actually helping. Angdu, cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us somehow. They weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcement N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Gyung-up or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield that skipped. In a battlefield with but a single exit, which their enemies have already blocked without reinforcements of our own. There is little hope while prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, that seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. I'm surprised we're not there yet. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for this distortion back then. But this time, for his distortion. But this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Yi Sang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded. Something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. And experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then. Photograph, canned experience. Naught seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Oh, the little twitching. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? So that's what the strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused a rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd likely prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to a long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude and uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, in a clear path toward Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the floor, to the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. Hits home a little much, huh? No, I had seen that look once in the past. though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice, that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here taking a particular interest in bamboo-headed Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Oh, that broke it. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then. We'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Ms. Ezra, this is what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathoms. Ah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of Fathoms. But Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrow corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-headed Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was more about there's more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was WTF? I'm guessing it's not what the fuck. Huh? What a terrible affront. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? I mean, he's pretty good. What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon in the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Except I've never had summer homework before, so I don't know who does that besides the Japanese. Araya Shiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? Hey, I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a monster of a week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handle the inflection point. But I guess you can never really have it all. Well, I guess I'll just have to trust our two Osir team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you didn't worry.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Wow.
유익한 책이 또
Taking
하나
that seriously.
늘었네.
Okay, I guess we're actually doing a
도시에는
dungeon
내가 모르는
now.
것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보니
This might not be the last node, right? There's probably still a story node after this. Yep, here we go. The obligatory dungeon. Why does this have a... Oh. Oh, right, I got new egos that I haven't set yet. You know what, we're gonna worry about that.
죽이라.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp too, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeons into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery. I wouldn't be surprised to find an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. Is the place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabited these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Five's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga? Thatch roof house, okay, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it may be a respite, solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the chaga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Gyung-up. Are you home? Oh, the flashback. Are you home? I asked. Oh, this is what he looked like before he wore the bamboo hat. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on some lowly mercenary fares? On how lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jest. Oh, that's a girl. Okay. She marches forth vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyung-up, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, there's a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that as if I were her. I would never let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to this sassy gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than responded by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib. Bamboo Rain Hat. Oh! A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with a sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilors so on guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I merely found a path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment. Just a word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painfully enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-headed Kim, thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, Almighty One. If I come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two. 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue trapezing outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No. Truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue trapezing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such an offer of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she'd been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of sukjong, rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passersby. Fie on thee, that is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Peyo and Sol in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Peyo? Sa? Whatever it is thou describing. It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Sal Pipyo Angro Industries, a wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles, responsible for disparate aspects of the industry: Sal, P, and Pyo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Pyo responsible for meat and livestock, and P in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, he must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor, but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right-hand councillor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of left state councillor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging out from a hook while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? Okay, I'm starting to understand claim their bones a little bit. But also, such wordiness. I'm barely keeping up on what the heck they're talking about. An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh, Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal corp to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him on the ground knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh. Wait, did he say good laugh? Yeah, I could use a good laugh about now. Just hardly expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them, until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was gonna do just that. Huh? So, when will you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Oh, we actually get to see her face. That's quite a small face with such big armor. Holy crap. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. She's a funny one, huh? Mentor, when this fellow you had mentioned, you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. The military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the Rice State Councilor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than military commissioner of S-Corp. Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you've had ties to a second order official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the Ring at that. Well, I was in service of the right-hand counselor, who was a first ordinant, you know? Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from S-Corp. Yes. Your silence over matters of such import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home for S-Corp. A veil no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Dang, that's a long intro. Oh, guess Mexi Jean went off a while ago. Thank you. Heading off now. You have a good night. Have a good night. What do we got here? Dark and muddy cavern filled with air so still almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Wind howling, smells of blood, silent path. Gosh, which one? I feel like 3 of these are gonna end in a fight. But maybe we go for the wind howling path. Wow, the wind's pretty strong in here. The wind only got more turbulent the deeper we progressed. By the time we were nearing the end of the passage, the sinners could barely keep their eyes open and had to cover them with their arms. Then all of a sudden, tranquility arrived. The wind settling as though it hadn't been blasting us in the face just a moment ago. The dust the wind kicked up dissipated and revealed a scarlet rope haphazardly thrown atop a pedestal made of stacked stones. Oh! So the harsh path was the way that we needed to go. Unless the others also gave other things. Yeah, how many areas are there? Holy crap. I mean, I guess it's the normal length, but still. Okay, order you, and then I guess we get you, and oh crap. Sword path was good too. What was in the sword path? Because I'm gonna have to be doing this over and over again. Which is annoying, but you know, that's just kind of how this goes. Oh, for the slash teams, I had a feeling the sword path did have a slash. What do you call this? A slash gift in it. But I was also kind of expecting a fight from that one. Did the other 2 rooms have anything? I'm assuming the silent one didn't have anything. Or maybe that actually was a fight. And then there was the one for blood, which I'm assuming that's like for bleed teams. Now that I think about it, I didn't really check to see what the red tassel does. I'm guessing that's red tassels for poise. But since Blade lineage is basically slash anyway, slash would have been probably pretty good. Might have to take a quick break after this fight. My water has run out. And I have a feeling I'm going to be talking for a little bit longer. So I'm going to be ending in a bad spot for a bit. Alright.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다.
I mean, I guess I can intentionally try to kill my party members right now, but I don't think I'm gonna do that just yet. It is very tempting though. Tassel makes enemies slightly weaker to slash attacks. Okay, so we still kind of get something for slash. But I'm guessing the sword path was like power and or clash power, something like that.
여기까지 와서
I guess both are
망설일 생각은
good
하지
if
않았으면
you think of it that way.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희들 세피라.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to experiment with the other two.
말았어야지.
Oh wait, you can also see this in Mirror Dungeon, right? So I guess there's a way to experiment in Mirror Dungeon. Oh wait, we have Kim with us.
다른 인간을 많이
I didn't notice it.
죽이도록 하세요.
I need to double check his level. Because I have a feeling Kim is at least level 90.
죽인 건다.
Or 80.
그래도 똑같아. 그건 더 많이 봐왔거든. 이번에도 잘해줬어.
Like he's not a color fixer, but he seems pretty strong already.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Okay, I'm sorry to leave you in this screen, but I need to get a water refill,
세상의 모든
and
것이다.
I will be
단 하나의 책.
back. Where is? There we go. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, let's continue. What do we have here? Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? We've never been here before. Let me ask my group if they can help. Who will step forth? Let's send Mersal. Kim Salt. Mersal opened his mouth to begin, stopped, then turned around where bamboo-headed Kim and Angdu were. I'm not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better. Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you've passed the exam. But why would I? For a good reason. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding to that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramic-ware vessel. You might be a water dropper for This might be a water dropper for brush calligraphy. Though you may have no practical need for this, for I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone, I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Though it would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave, the youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Angdu later asked him what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. What did I miss back here? Oh.
미호스럽군.
Oh well, we got a gift. What's this for? When allied identity gains assist defense, gain 2 damage up in protection. I don't think we have anyone with that on this team.
가자, 죽이라.
Alright, let's mow these guys down. I am contemplating killing off my team right now instead of later. But I feel like I should also keep them around so I can keep getting some resources. Callisto has a team evade on... Crap, I wanna kill him so bad! I wanna kill them so bad so that I can get more buffs to Ryoshu. It may be worth it, it may not be worth it. But Kim is literally Aura Monster of Limbus Company. I guess he kinda is. I mean, he's Aura Monster in general. I mean, he Aura farmed, I guess, technically in Ruina too, right? So it's kind of like, you know. Okay. Oh. I guess evade here. People hyped it and lost it all. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Okay. Dang, I am gonna be a little bit busy after stream. And here I was hoping to just sleep right afterwards. I don't know. Okay, I should probably ask this since we're like, just fighting and all that. What do you guys think of him now that he doesn't have his bamboo hat anymore? Is he still like is he still a badass to you guys? I guess he still kind of is, technically. He just seems like a bum kind of badass, if that makes any sense. He looks weird without his hat. Like, put it back on, dude. Still waiting for Finn's from Rowena, as I have high expectation for the guy. Which one's Finn again? I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Ah, crap, I skipped all of that. Bamboo-headed Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who goes on there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Claim that we're just prison guards. Unsheath your weapons, stand for ready. Claim we're prison guards. At least put a little effort into your lies, huh? Clearly, pretending to be prison guards the way we are was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Nothing happened. Oh, I guess we should have just fought. Okay, how many more no's do we have? Few more? Hohenheim 2.0. I mean, I guess I can kind of see the Hohenheim in Kim. It's a little bit different though. No, it can't be. My life is the experiences. The memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it is a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me that what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be... Indeed, the Rice State Councilor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected. Thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angdu. Take a tall step over, or you might trip. Oh! I don't remember seeing this when we went through his fathoms before, but then again, that was a long time ago. Beheaded. Wouldn't be the first time in this game. There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated. Some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilor's? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered that the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-headed Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State Councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in escort. Where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt psychopaths whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councilor, with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army, to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they're prohibited in our homeland. So they're kinda like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies? That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual rather than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance, and had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard, teeming with assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I would have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councilors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too eager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal, and see what the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed parasite. I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here. You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Counselor who toils day and night in service of the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? Turned? What? What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious, big words. Contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state counselor, who had long been in disagreement with the right state counselor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. So you set him up. Or at least you made it look like a setup. Huh? Yet a tragedy had struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble counselor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court? Thus we are perforce to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor! Might you be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the cloud blade, the Ungum, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. Right State Counselor Pie Circle? I have come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered down the S-Corp laborers. Watered down. The very lifeblood that runs in the veins of his most serene Wayne. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the counselor's sword guard, Kim Lib. Han. Hira so villain? Han Ho Bei. Oh. Okay, I thought that was just the under the distortion. I guess his eyes do turn blue. And let the aura bonds take you. Okay, so we're in this situation. Prison. The prison just looks like a shack. I'm pretty sure he can just crawl out of the window if he really wanted to. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungum. And with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength. Even your mastery of the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyung-up? I hadn't received orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone on my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There's no path forward. Salpipio Agro Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my zone. Indeed it is. Why? Are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board? And find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who has made a fool of himself and fled after passing royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. Dang, she's a bro. My position in the court is so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. You are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. There are both debts to be repaid. Gyung-up. Come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. And he will be back, we will be back. Probably not anytime soon, though. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Young Up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begin to flow like wildfire. Ah, more of these guys. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projection of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. They must be after... yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Right. So that's what he's thinking. Well, we gotta get rid of these guys. Actually, no, where is Kim? I haven't looked. Oh, level 81. I knew he was at least level 80. But he's not quite, he's not quite 90, is he? LCD Blade lineage. He doesn't even have his former title on him. Does he have... He does have yield my flesh and claim their bones. Hilarious. I do want to see if I can claim bones in the boss fight, because I've never actually seen it myself, and that would be hilarious to do. It is kind of weird though that it's the one skill that requires you to like lose. Like, aren't you taking a huge risk by losing a clash? Like, I'm pretty sure it's, in some circumstances you would probably stagger during the clash, and that would not be good. Did you get the ego? I did not do any rolls. No. I'm waiting for next week to claim those things. I generally don't roll for anything, unless it's a Walpurgis. You kind of have to roll for Walpurgis, but I don't typically do this. Oh crap! I gotta do this. Okay, you go here. 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 Who's attacking this? You? Kill. Go here too. There we go. Yeah, for the ego, you don't actually have to use it, right? It's just basically activated all the time. Yield my losing to claim the IDs. Yeah, I guess that's also a thing. That's also a thing. Kim ID has stagger protection on skill 3 lose. Oh, that'd be great. That makes things a lot easier. Alright, well, at least I'll make things, you need Pride Resonance to be staggered? Oh, he also has Unrelenting? Really? Okay, I guess the Kim ID is supposed to be strong anyway. But wait, when did we get the Kim ID? I feel like it was a long time ago. When... that was S-Corp, wasn't it? No, or was that T-Corp? Crap, I forget it already. It was a long time ago since we did his dungeon. I'm pretty sure we got it around then. It was T-Corp, alright. T-Corp was... Kanto 5. Holy crap, that was a long time ago. No, Kanto 6, Kanto 6. That was a Heathcliff Kanto. Someone carrying a sword in his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into the haystack near us. A few moments later... Okay, Angela needs to stop talking. A small squad of Chikunokums, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has covered the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Coveted the kingdom's properties. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chinokums began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon the Chinokums, having made their way through the crowd, approach us as well. What should we do? Well, if they don't know, then we don't know too. As the Chinokums began to surround the haystack, the man who had been hiding in there suddenly burst out and bolted away in the opposite direction. That's him! Chinokums briefly froze in stunned silence and began rushing toward where the man had fled. Something about the way the civilians were glaring at us made it clear they didn't like that. Wait, I should have outed him? Okay, I was just following everyone's lead. I didn't think I was supposed to... Wait, did I snitch? Did I snitch? I thought I said don't snitch on them. Okay, well, I guess I misread. I thought I didn't. Well, whatever happened, I guess I deserved that.
나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 저래진 신세.
You turned to the direction. Oh.
너희도 마찬가지야.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I misread that. I misread that. Wait, so if I didn't do that, what would I have gotten? I'm assuming it's a gift. But considering how OP Ryoshu is, I don't think it's gonna be that huge. I don't think it's gonna be that that bad that I did that. But yeah. Well, it's done. Wow. At least we can get the 15 SP back pretty quickly. It's not too big of a deal. Yield my flesh, but you won. Okay, you know what? Who's attacking who? You're attacking that one, and he's attacking this one, so I'm gonna focus on everyone else. You go here, you go here, you go here. You go on this side. I'm hoping this is a kill. We're gonna try to make sure this is a kill, and maybe this one too. Go. Okay, maybe not a kill. Oh, there's a kill. Okay. Greg. There we go, thank you. Man, I feel like Blade Lineage is like super underwhelming. I hope it's just not me that feels that they're kind of underwhelming. But it just feels weak. I don't know how else to describe it. Wait, don't you need to pull to get announcer? Not necessarily for collection. I never pull for announcers, so I can't say I did. Remind me really quick. During the Arknights collab, was Amiya a pullable announcer, or was that... Did you actually have to buy her? They were strong for the time, they're just long since power crept, sadly. Yeah.
이렇게
Happens.
하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
Happens. It was a package. Ah. Yeah, I didn't get that package. Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Gyum-up in there. Gyum-up was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even then, she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a base of speculation? Your concerns grow... Is that not a base of speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Gyum-up appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Gyum-up wasn't like that. Gyum-up. I still believe that Salpio Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current Escort. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to... Escort, where I had fled, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your methods as it is now goes against the principles. I expect the better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escort once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. And stem the flow of this river. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Gyum-up, second ordinate of the Salpipio Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Dang, you got crazy eyes, lady. 600 pulls in a gacha? That is pretty crazy. Okay, do we still have the same mechanics as before? We do, except I think we actually have to beat you this time. This flesh I claim. Yield my flesh, deal and take 20% damage on critical hit against and from bamboo-hatted Kim. I wonder if that counts us. Okay, she's on 3, he is on nothing. Let me just make sure. Is he on anything? No, he's on counter. Is he actually countering? He is countering on 6. Okay, we can You know what? I was thinking of maybe killing off the rest of the team. I still have an inkling to do that. But maybe I don't. I might need all the hands I can get. What is this? Oh, is this yield my flesh? Wait. Let's have you go against this one. Who's on that one? Go over here. I want to see him try to lose that.
랜덤 서울을
이거 공감 맞지? 필살. 바이올렛.
It's neutral. So it's gonna be a 50-50 on that. Oh, 6,000 HP is ridiculous. I think other than like being extremely tanky, I don't think she's got any other gimmicks. Maybe in her other skills later, but for now, nothing in the passives.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe I kill the rest of House of Spiders so that we can get
아름다운 것,
her powered up a little bit more.
그렇지 않은 것.
I mean, she does do quite a bit of damage by herself. But we don't get the extra action, so maybe not. 6,000 isn't so powerful anymore. I mean, yeah, I guess with especially if you have a full House of Spider team, it's not gonna be so bad.
꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Oh, you won! Why did you win? I wanted to see the claimed flesh.
곳에 서서들은 나와 다를 바 없을
I wanted to see her claim flesh.
한껏 이용당하고 결국
Okay,
버려진
well,
신세잖아.
whatever.
나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고.
Go here, here.
단 하나의 책을
I guess
찾을
double up there.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Counter and undo. Well, she's down quite a bit.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Yeah, I guess Ryoshu doesn't get her follow-up attacks unless I kill someone, right? Ishmael's almost dead. You know what? Let's kill Ishmael. I hope it kills just Ishmael. Probably not, though. BL Mur is best paired with Regret Ego or the new one. I do have the Regret Ego.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지
I don't have
못해.
the new one yet for
저 손님이라고
reasons.
예외는 아니겠지.
Let's see, maybe let's defend this one, yeah. Let's go here, here. Right there, here. Is anyone attacking the rest of this? Wait, hold up. Hold up. Okay, you're there. Where's Kim at? Kim is over here. Okay, the red one. The red one. I got you, got you, got you. Dang, the music seems a little bit different from earlier. Am I imagining it? Is it actually different? Okay, avoid red. Hopeless. Hopeless. Dang, there was something to... Okay, you go there. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't be killing my teammates. At least not yet.
감상은 어떤가요?
Why am I sinking, team? I mean, I guess sinking would work. Especially if you have, well, no, Yisang would still... well, okay, here's the thing. Can you get enough sinking on the boss? to trigger Yi Sang's skill 3 on Spice Brush? I feel like you can't. But then again, if you want to farm, you can't use the sinking team. You kind of have to use the blade lineage, which doesn't really help. Sadly. Raid passives? Who does that? We just smash. We just smash through and kill everything. Basically. Oh, someone got staggered. That's not good. Oh, wait. I saw AoE. AoE on 4. Angdu is not gonna win that. I think I'm gonna have to help her out here. Okay, we gotta do this. We gotta do... I guess you can take that one. Actually, where is... Okay, Kim's getting the last one. It's hopeless. Oh, that's fine, because he's gonna be yielding flesh. That's okay. You know what? Let him yield flesh. Let him yield flesh. You don't have to yield flesh. Okay. This soundtrack. This soundtrack do be banging. Who wants to go after that?
죄를 새겨주겠어.
You lost the clash, but that's okay. We claiming bones with this one. Ah, that's what claiming bones looks like. I see. I need to keep an eye on Mersaw and just make sure he can claim bones. Space Rend? That's alright. Gosh darn it. I know that damage is spread across the team, but that's still a lot. That's a big number to look at. Okay, a third of the way down. Doing pretty good. We just can't keep the bleed stacks on her because she keeps on clashing like crazy. Maybe I keep Honglu alive. Actually, how dead is Honglu? Ah, Honglu's fine. Is there anything I need to clash here? No Sanguine Desire? I guess I could, but not this turn. Because we got the skill 3 here. Speaking of... Oh, never mind. You mean Sanguine Desire on her. I didn't think about it. I'll be honest, I hardly use my egos just because I reserve those for clashes. But I guess I should also try to use it. Which one are you going after? Oh, you are going after 2. You're going after this one. And the last one also needs to be taken care of. We'll have Honglu take care of that. You over here. And you this way.
빠르게 처리하지.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러면 이 발목을 잘라버리면.
What does this do again? Why did I use it? For more bleed? Ooh, she's not doing too good.
그렇지.
Rend the space. Still pretty solid.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
Yeah, that's a lot of bleed. That's a lot of bleed. Dang, tiger form is rough. Prevents bleed stack loss on enemy for current turn. Ah, okay.
보는 눈이 부족해.
Guess I should keep an eye on that then. Okay.
더 이상의 주태를 보일 순 없지.
두려울 거야. 접대가 시작되면
That does help a little
다시
bit.
살아날 수 있다는 사실을 망각.
How is Honglu doing? Honglu's doing
그걸 알고
okay.
있으면
Just barely though.
사자들과 손님들이 느끼는 감정이
Okay, who's it
달라질
going against this
텐데
one?
그건 불공평하잖아.
Draw sword, dominating. Alright, you do that. Where's Angdu going? Angdu's been on the defensive this entire time. I guess I should let her be on defensive with this one. I want to see why she's going on defensive. Okay, you're going after that. She's going after this, so we go over here.
벤던
이
4월을
순간이 다 되어내리라.
It's for the gimmick. Yeah, I guess I should let them do their thing. Okay, we're halfway through at least.
한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
Oh, stagger? Please stagger? Or it might not even be a real stagger. It's probably going to be like another a phase change stagger. I'm gonna bet it's a phase change stagger. Look at him go. Doing work.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
And who just got
지금처럼
staggered?
적들을 성공적으로 이끌다 보면
Yi Sang got staggered. Why am I not surprised?
더 많은 보조사서의 도움을
Okay,
받을 수 있을
you
거야.
are there next to defense. Where is he? He's over here. Alright. Don't use that. Don't use that. Okay, what do we have you do? This is fine. And over here.
무릎이들 이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Oh, actually staggered? Yes, actually staggered.
내르다 정렬. 원색적으로.
How much bleed does she have? 13, 12 stacks.
그렇게만 해.
Might have to use Sanguine Desire again if she survives this round. She might. She probably will.
그럼 안녕.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
임파스터. 불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
Okay, I guess we just go all in. All in, everyone.
앞으로 더 많은 층을 개발하고
Boss's gimmick doesn't really work without them having enough SP. Yeah, I kind of see that. They get staggered so easily. They get staggered super easily.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
자세가 뭐니?
몰아친 것을 저자란 몸.
Oh. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighted down by the brand. I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Yeah, well, we don't have hard mode right now, right? So if we had hard mode, it will be tougher in hard mode. We're just not in hard mode right now. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet... He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of escort is neck-to-neck clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo-headed came and Im Gilm up, ready for their final bout, Angdu leaped in between them. Angdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cuts down your fellows. Angdu, I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living. Yet your words pained me so. What weakness of yours? Okay, the way they word this is so weird. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man while he's down. And have I had enough? And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulder? None of us even demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Angdu and Imgyum were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one, indeed. I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Is he getting an ego? Is that the ego that we got? Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, huh? I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Imgyung readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. To hide from the heavens' gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. They really like their poems, don't they? So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may raise, I shall not throw. He to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disturb in himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treacherous wretch. He does have the
이번에도 잘해줘.
samurai slash.
유익한 책이 또
despite us not actually having samurais. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim has successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photograph who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchase experience nailed into a can? If that's what your life is, then my life, and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life. Those experiences and memories I photograph are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace. A scowl on Mersault's face. He didn't like that. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Mersault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. And he's back. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortion's... And next to him is another figure stumbling out of a giant suit of armor. But blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accursed one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in the foreign wing while impersonating Trinukuns of Sapipio Angro Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Sapio Angro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant of the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Okay, this is not what I was expecting, which I don't think she'll be counted as a clone. She's definitely a temporary ghost though. I didn't think the ghost could kill a person, at least not the person that they were distorted from. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the dockographer's neck, decapitating him. Dang! Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has therefore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, Right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Up is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Imgyum Up's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room, and the taboo hunters... Well, the taboo hunters have no one to hunt anymore, it seems. And there... No way, don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Yeah, we have one more episode at least, so... Story time! Is this it? The subject? Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfy our client. Also... Ezra looked toward Angdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Huey. The point is we did it. We did a thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear, I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after the LCD juniors had kept her stress high and strong. What kept her stress and high strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Wow, she's got him by a leash. Angdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I would have given to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, with Angdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms. It seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. I can't say exactly more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen, in any case. Hi, Night and Athema, welcome. Too late for the stream. Yeah, we're basically at the end here. But if you want to see the VOD on YouTube should be easier to watch than the VOD in Twitch anyway. But all in all, not too bad. I am kind of surprised though that we got basically 2 intervallos on Kim, of all people. So I find that hilarious. But yeah. Anyway, let's go finish this out. Fine, you're released, and now you got a girlfriend. If you hadn't one before, now you do. Yeah, it's shocking that Kim got so much focus, you know, from a random NPC guest invitation in Ruina to being a distortion and then finally getting an ego. It's like, what the heck? What the heck is going on? Why Kim specifically? I guess they need to focus on him a little bit if we're going to go back to S-Corp and have him be part of the S-Corp story is kind of my guess. However, I don't think we're going to get to S-Corp in Inferno. It's probably going to be a little bit later. Probably Purgatorio. I don't think it's going to be as far as Paradiso. but at least Purgatorio. You give me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem release, allow me to reiterate that. Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I've watched them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? As Executive Manager, our force has only suffered minor injuries that they do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat, I can rewind that one. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have aught to ask thee, a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battle the N-Corp's, pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? There are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated a taboo, forsooth? As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows. Yet, I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore do they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp. They can't install security cameras here, really. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or person is by photographs. So no TV, no movies, no security cameras even. But I'm assuming they at least have radios, right? Thine words hold water yet. Most puzzling. Most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Radios aren't footage, right? Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Mersaw. Given how often I had to rely on information Mersaw had provided me in this mission, I think I got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Mersaw, do you remember how many pictures of the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot. Then again, 56 times for documentation isn't really that bad, considering I also do 1,000 pictures a week on a digital camera when I'm out and about. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Is it you? Because Gregor didn't get a whole lot of spotlight. Oh, who is it? Is it me? I'd make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be you. Why though? Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? They want you back in the pin frame team? Is that what it is? I mean, they have the same gauntlets as him, so I'm assuming that's the case. It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortion, see? Here's what she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters at your first Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you'll be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. There we go! There we go! There's the arrest for Mersaw that has been a long time coming. A freaking long time coming. Hold on, Mersaw. Let's hear them out. What? Wait, what? Arrest? Yeah, no. If you listen to a synopsis of The Stranger or even read The Stranger, this would be obvious. This would be obvious. Though I didn't think they would actually go through with it, considering, you know, Limbus Company changes the story of the original to adapt to what the heck is happening here. But I feel like Mersaw's Kanto might be almost, maybe not one-to-one, but pretty darn close to what might be in his actual story. Which makes me want to read it even more. Mersaw did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Mersaw, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisfin headquarters. Wait, hold on. Let me unpack that. The one who nails? I guess he was a taboo hunter, so that would make sense. Former member of maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisfin, which would explain why he knows so much about this in particular. Because he did the photographs, he did the camera stuff. He was probably part of this whole pin frame group thingy, and this one in particular. The one who grips and now the one who nails. What's next? The one who hammers? Yeah, probably the one who hammers. There is another Chromer on the N-Corp board, so that's probably next. Oh, did he specify he was not a taboo hunter? Okay, you're okay. He might have. You're right. He did specify he was not a taboo hunter. But if that's the case, then where the heck does the one who nails comes from? I guess we'll find that out in his Kanto, because that's interesting. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp, with imprisonment as a penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant of Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Okay, so he was exiled from N-Corp, but the thing is, he's only back because of the job. But I guess we've been here for long enough that it constitutes that, job or not, he will be arrested. That's kind of screwy, but and he what do you call this? He had no choice in the matter, but he's not resisting regardless. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Huh. I wonder what he got expelled for. I wonder if it's for killing the Arab. Well, wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersaw? Mersaw, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. Yet you did not seem fit. You did not deem it to tell us the information that you would be arrested if you stayed here for too long. Why? I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was a less of a question and more of a reflex, but I didn't hear his reply to know why, because you didn't ask. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you'll just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. For I'm assuming the initial crime he was expelled for. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse! What the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? Can't really argue with the law here. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mirza into custody. You know what? That makes perfect sense. We looked back at them not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mirza, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place of any ordinary day. He has accepted his fate. Well then, I guess we just end the Intervallo right there. Wow, I feel like we need to read The Stranger at some point, because that just happened. That just happened. Sorry, brain melted derp. Welcome, by the way. You caught us at the end of the stream, basically. But I'm doing fine otherwise. This interval ran a little bit longer than expected. Like almost 6 hours worth. So I'm gonna have to call it here soon because it's very, very late for me. 2 for 2 for people catching at the end of the stream. Well, at least, you know, you probably got to see a little bit more than the other guy did. But again, if you want to see the VOD to this, probably check the YouTube channel. It's definitely a lot easier to find stuff there than it is here on Twitch. So please make your way over there from Twitch. But for anyone who is new to the channel, haven't seen me before, let me do a quick introduction at the end here. My name is Ruka. I do mostly... I'm basically a variety streamer at the end of the day. I do a lot of Blue Archive. Blue Archive is the main content on the channel. But whenever there's a new content on Limbus Company, story-wise mostly, then we will also do Limbus Company. But I also do other games, indie or not indie. It depends. But I put the schedule up in YouTube on the community post over there, as well as on Twitter, though I think my Twitter has now been converted mainly to a webcomic translation account, is what it seems like. But you know, I'll deal with that when I get there. But it's fun. It's fun. But yeah, interesting place that we end here story-wise. If you have not read The Stranger or listened to a synopsis of The Stranger, I would highly recommend it, because it is even a synopsis is very interesting. But I will try to schedule either maybe a recording of a reading. Probably it might be better to do a stream so we can talk about it a little bit. It won't be next week though. I already have plans for next week, and next week is kind of booked. I got 4 streams that I need to plan for next week, and I'll have the schedule for that out this weekend. I'm not planning to stream the next couple of days. Next stream's probably gonna be on Monday, another Tomodachi live stream for that one. But yeah, keep an eye out on at least YouTube if you want to just get the YouTube news. But if you want to see what other shenanigans I get into, it's gonna be like I said, my Twitter account has basically been turned into a webcomic translation account. of my own undoing, but still, it is what it is. Also, thank you for the follow, Night Anthema. Welcome. Gonna go ahead and follow you so I can hopefully catch a future reading stream. Yeah, we'll see when that happens. I'm gonna have to figure out when that actually happens, because there's a bunch of stuff I want to do before I go on a trip in a couple of months, and I don't have many weeks left before that trip happens, so we'll see. I'm gonna try to do it before August, because I'm assuming August is when we'll get the next kanto. I might not be able to start the kanto as soon as it starts, because I'll probably still be either in the trip or coming out of the trip. We'll see when that happens. Official notice on when the trip's actually going to happen, though, will be probably next month. So, where am I going? I am going to Japan. Pretty much almost the only place I ever go to when I go to a trip. I almost got convinced to go to Europe for a trip, but I don't know. I feel like going to Europe, I have huge apprehensions of being out and about in the streets of Europe. Mainly because I keep on hearing about people getting shanked in London, people getting scammed in various tourist areas. I don't like going to tourist areas to begin with, but you know, if I'm going with family, I kind of have to go along with them too. And just in general, I don't feel like it's as safe over there as it is in Japan. But I have been to Korea before. I have been to the Philippines also, very rarely, but that's where family is, so I'm kind of used to that environment. But I do like going to Japan, so, and somehow conversation with family went one way or another, and it's like, okay, let's go to Japan because someone wants to go to Hokkaido to see the flowers in bloom over there. But I also wanted to go to Japan so that I can catch some summer festivals that I haven't had the chance to catch. So those were some of the stipulations during the conversation. Was supposed to go elsewhere. Was supposed to go to Korea or Taiwan, but that was too expensive. So go figure. Anyway, I'll talk more about that when the time goes closer. But for now, it is freaking late, and I feel like I have one webcomic I should probably translate before I go to bed, so that that's out of my mind. And I will see you guys next time. Again, schedule this weekend. Keep an eye out for it. I'll see you guys. Bye bye. Have a good rest of your day. And see ya.